I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning producing today's show. You out there, busy show today. We've got Frank's Phillies mailbag coming up, the Unsportsmanlike Moment of the day, which should be fun today. Good debate there. Paul Hudrick at 5:25 tonight talks a little Sixers draft, 8 days away to the NBA draft. Hudrick's here on the show. Adam Kaplan, football at 4. The Nuggets, Phil's win last night. We'll get into the Phil's win last night because there was a lot of story within the story on that one. How's everybody doing out there? You know the Pacers made a trade minutes ago? They got Maxey to play point. No, I'm just kidding. They did get a trade tonight, though. How's that possible? The team's playing tonight, and they traded their draft pick. Isn't that, like, bizarre? The draft, by the way, the NBA Finals could end on Sunday night would be Game 7. And then the draft's Wednesday night. You could literally play a game Sunday night, and then you're off season and you're remaking your team starting Wednesday night. Like, you could be a big player on the team that wins a championship and then be traded to a new team 4 days later.
Pacers said they couldn't wait to make that deal to collect more draft picks.
Yeah, what was the deal overall? What did they end up doing? They traded the 23rd pick.
Yeah, let me pull up the full because I saw the one meme under it where someone says, "Why are they stockpiling picks?" And with Brian Windhorst, the Brian Windhorst, I wonder fingers. So here's the official trade: the Pacers are sending the 23rd overall pick and the rights to Mojave King to the New Orleans Pelicans. The Pelicans are getting New Orleans' 2026 first-round pick. Now, Shams goes on to explain that New Orleans now owns the 7th and 23rd selections, while the Pacers get to basically do pick swapping.
Well, whatever. They got trades happening on a night where there's no game tonight, but last night, Oklahoma City, I think I hit that one on the Bet365 play of the day. I know it was a big number, 9.5, but the trend said go that way. We did, and it was a Oklahoma City win last night. But let's get into the Phil's game last night because I thought there was a lot to kind of dissect from this game. That was a really interesting game last night. This is more of your blueprint game for the Phillies. You know, you get to a point of the year and you start to talk about blueprint. What's the blueprint for your team? And one of the blueprints for the team, Trey Turner leads off with a homer. Now, that's not really the blueprint, but it's Turner kind of setting the tone, getting on base. You got home run last night from Max Kepler. Okay, we can slug. Alec Boehm, 2 hits, 2 more RBI. Boehm starting to settle into this season very nicely here. Mick Abel, now I would have liked to have seen him go back out there. He threw 77 pitches last night, 5 innings, 1 run baseball last night. And I say blueprint. This isn't the best blueprint for them, but in other words, your starting pitcher pitches well, and then you shorten your bullpen. Now, it wasn't a shortened bullpen last night, but really what I looked at was the end of the bullpen, and everybody's been talking about. But it was interesting how they set this up last night. Now, Walker came in the 6th in a key spot, pitched well. Was that something that opened eyes? Okay. Does Rob Thompson in the Phillies front office say, okay, maybe Walker's found something here. Maybe he's that guy that could be the bridge from the starter to the 3 guys we trust the most? Because what I saw when I say blueprint, generally is can your pitcher throw 6 or 7? And then do you have 3 guys that you trust? You know, in the years past, it was Hoffman, Estevez, Strom, Alvarado, any mix of those 4. Can you get to those guys and turn the ball over? Last night, now I would have liked to seen Abel go the extra inning there, and I have no did they talk about why he didn't go? Why they pulled him out? I didn't hear Thompson last night.
Thompson basically said that because the next start will be the first time he is on, it's basically going to be the shortest turnaround for him in terms of days off. He's actually had 6 days off between previous starts. The next one will be 5 days off, and they explained to him that they wanted to give him as much rest as possible.
Okay, so that's fine, whatever. I mean, I would prefer that he would have gone an extra inning last night, but the point is this. If he would have gone 6 innings, they probably would have pulled him anyway. And then this is where the blueprint comes in. Are you starting to see a new architecting firm here? The blueprint before would have said maybe Kerkering, Strom, Romano. Well, did the artist this time say, no. We're going to go Romano, Strom, and let's see what the picture looks like with Kerkering at the end of the bullpen. Result, Romano, 2 strikeouts, maybe his best outing, one of his best. He looked sharp last night. 14 pitches, 9 strikes. By the way, his ERA is under 7 for the first time in since I have no idea.
Get excited, right?
He has pitched pretty well. I mean, as much as he was awful, he was unpitchably bad for the first 3 weeks of the season.
He was.
He's kind of settled in here, but I still don't trust him as the closer.
But he has found a role.
But can he be this guy? Strom got into a little bit of a wiggle last night and wiggled his way out of it. And then I thought Kerkering was sharp last night and looked really good. Coming into a situation, can you believe he's been here for parts of like 3 seasons? He was here all of last year, so far all of this year, and he was here for like a week and some playoff games. So really he's only been here for about a season and a little bit of change. A season and a half, not really 3, but parts of 3 different seasons, but it really is only added up to like 3. But that was his first save opportunity last night. I can't believe that. I was shocked when I heard that. Because you think with the stuff that he has, you would have thought, hey, let's try to get this guy a chance to close a game out here. But he looked undeterred last night in that role. Now, are they going to go to him again? Is he the guy? We have a question at 973 ESPN. Twitter polls up. Do you trust Orion Kerkering as the Phillies closer, or do they need a better option? At 973 ESPN. Josh, the options are yes, he's the man. Or they need a better option. What say you?
I mean, my instinct would be to say he can be both. He can be the man for now, but you still need a better option because you can never have enough bullpen arms. Mike, you've pointed out numerous times that you look at past teams that have won championships. They all are teams that have loaded up deep bullpen. So you can say Kerkering is the man and still go out and get another man because you can never have enough of them.
Well, I would say you're right about that. Your breakdown is astute. It can be both. I think for this team right now, he's the guy I want to see in that role. Is he the guy that I trust in the 9th inning of the National League Championship Series? I don't think I'm there yet.
No.
And as much as I like Kerkering, I've always kind of been a Kerkering guy. In fact, I kind of touted him to be the closer on last year's team. That never materialized. He came out of spring training. He was hurt. He never got a chance to really get his his footing, I should say. This year, I felt that, okay, let's give him the shot to do it this year. And they haven't really given him that chance. I think they have finally said, you know what? He's the guy with the best stuff we have. Let's just see what happens if he gets the ball in the 9th inning. And you saw that last night. So I say blueprint game last night. It's because of how they set their bullpen up. 7, 8, 9. Romano, Strom, Kerkering. Is that the new setup for this Phillies bullpen? So that's 1. 2, did Mick Abel pitch pretty well last night? 5 innings, 3 hits, 3 strikeouts. He wasn't dominant, but he pitched scattered 3. I mean, he pitched a really good game last night. So does that put him back in the camp of, oh, man, I don't know that I can trade this guy? I mean, he's certainly making you think. There's no question about that. And look, threw 77 pitching, threw 50 strikes last night. It's a pretty damn good ratio there. So you got to feel good what you saw from Abel. Then we talked about the Nola injury. Does it make Abel less tradable at this point? So there's that. But how about this lineup? 3 for 5 from Turner. Had the leadoff home run. Who needs Schwarber in the leadoff spot with leadoff homers when I got Trey Turner going yard? Turner's up to 306. Bohm, 2 for 5, a couple more ribbies. You know what Bohm's batting average is right now?
I would venture to guess he's probably around 290.
Not quite 290. But remember, after April, he was hitting 210.
Right, and I know since the beginning of May he's hitting over 300.
Well over 300. I mean, I think in the month of June, right now, 17 games now in the month of June, 345. In May, he hit 324. At the end of April, he was hitting 213. Alec Boehm right now is up to 285. I mean, that is blistering. Seriously, like, I can't believe it myself that he is up to that batting average at this point. But it's not only the batting average. He's now starting to drive runs in, which is what he's been kind of known for over the last couple of years. Love Alec Boehm, hate Alec Boehm, want to punch him in the face. He has been an RBI guy. And right now, he is driving in runs. He's been getting up there. He had 2 on last night late in the game, a chance to kind of pull that game away. I think it's 3-2 at the time. Hits that ground ball right through the hole. Base hit, 2 runs come home. Phillies take a 5-2 lead. And that's really, with this bullpen, how much different is 5-2 than 3-2?
Huge.
Significant. So you look at the batting lineup last night. Boehm up to 285. Max Kepler hits another homer. Kepler hit the home run on Saturday, which is the big home run, right? Basically wins you the game. Then he hits another one last night. I mean, if Kepler, who's got 9 homers now, you know Kepler's second on the team in homers?
Which is crazy in of itself.
Crazy. Cray, all the way. Your boy Otto Kemp with a nothing last night. Zippo Burger. Bryson Stott, interesting, gets hurt last night. What's the future of Stott in terms of the short term here? I would imagine he's not in the lineup tonight. You got, who's pitching tonight? Cal Quantrill.
Yeah, Jose Luzardo for the Phillies. I was going to say really quick that they asked Rob Thompson last night about Stott's elbow, and he kind of played the whole, I don't want to say if it's the same thing as last year, but we'll probably give him a day off coming up here.
Yeah, well, they got a right-handed pitcher tonight, so usually he would be in the lineup.
Yeah.
But is there your chance to get Sosa hasn't played? I can't remember the last time Sosa's been in the lineup, but neither here nor there. So you got Stott, who had the elbow last night, and what's his name? Who was after Stott last night? Marchand. Marchand had a hit in that game, big hit in the game, a double.
Sosa hasn't started, by the way, since the 9th.
And then Brandon Marsh last night. Brandon Marsh, you know what his batting average is up to?
I'm going to guess it's up to 240.
256. Brandon Marsh is almost up to 260 all of a sudden. In the month of June, you ready for this? In the month of June, Brandon Marsh is hitting 400 with a 457 on-base percentage. Now, in the month of April, same amount of at-bats. He hit 0 with a 143 on-base percentage.
Yeah, he was horrible.
He had no hits in the month of April. In the month of June, the same amount of at-bats, he's hitting 400 with a 457 on-base percentage. May, he hit 298 with a 385 on-base percentage. So you go back now, over his last 30 days, Brandon Marsh is hitting 328 with a 417 on-base percentage. Now, the one area where he's still not giving you much, no slug, no pop, nothing. But he has added a little bit of energy, come up with some big hits. But I feel like this Phillies team feels very duplicitous to the previous ones. When they're hitting good, they're fine. But as we saw in April and we saw in May, there's a lot of craters and a lot of times when this lineup has its problems and they extend. The problems extend. The problem is in October, you don't get a 10-day extension.
Right.
You only get 4 chances to not hit.
Right. The inconsistency, the hot and cold nature, it'll come and bite you at the worst possible time in the biggest moment of the season.
Terry in Galloway says, yes, Kerkering, best option, best stuff, doesn't get rattled. He just got to throw strikes. See, that's the one thing, Terry. I'm not sure about that. I think he's the best option. I think he has the best stuff. I'm not sure that Kerkering's problem, though, is that he doesn't get rattled. I think he does get a little I don't want to say rattled, maybe is not the right word, but I think he's a little unsure of his stuff. Like, I don't think but maybe he's finally like what we do. A lot of times they'll say, like, you just got to kind of find your voice. First time you talk on the radio, you're a little like, people are actually listening to me. This is kind of weird. And then you just kind of are over it. Like, okay, some people are going to agree with me. Some people are not going to agree with me. Some people are going to like me. Other people are not going to like me. You just don't care anymore, right? It just comes with the job. Maybe Kerkering at first is like, am I ready to let go and just throw? Maybe he's at the point where he's like, you know what? I don't care. I'm just going to let it go.
Yeah, I think there's a part of Kerkering where it's not that it obviously things impact him, but does he let it affect him? It's the idea that, something can happen when you're driving, right? Like you're driving along, something crazy happens. Do you freeze or do you just drive around the incident and keep going on with your day? I think Kerkering is starting to get to the point where he sees the crazy stuff around him. He feels it. He just doesn't let it impact him anymore.
609-403-0973. Would you guys trade Otto Kemp for either Chapman or Justin Wilson straight up? At this point, I'd trade Kemp for basically anything that helps my bullpen.
Dude,
and that's not a knock on Kemp. It's just, what is he going to do to help this team? Where does he really fit?
Dude, if you're telling me the Red Sox call him, like, we want Otto Kemp so bad, we'll give you Chapman, I'd be like, soon can I send him to the airport?
At this point, I'd probably take Wilson, too. I mean, Wilson, he's older, right? I mean, he's like a 37-year-old guy. Well, Chapman is older, yes. But Wilson's a guy that I don't think is as well known as Chapman. Everybody knows who Chapman is.
Sure, yeah.
Justin Wilson, left-handed pitcher, like 35, 30. He probably might even be older than that. He's been around, having a good year. Probably guy. Look, are the Red Sox – I want to, real quick, that Red Sox thing's interesting. But I tweeted about this morning. The Devers trade is why the Phillies just can't up and move Trey Turner or Bryce Harper to the outfield. Right? The Devers trade is example A, B, and C. They told him, you're not playing third base anymore. We signed a guy. He was begrudgingly okay with that.
Well, first, no. Back it up a little bit. They didn't tell him they were signing a third baseman. Then they told him, you're going to be a DH. And he said, I'm not going to be a DH. I'm a third baseman. Over time, he capitulated and said, fine, I'll be the DH. Then Bregman gets hurt, and they say, well, you got to play third base. And he's like, you told me to put my glove away. Then the first baseman gets injured, and Bregman's coming back from his injury, and they say, go play first. And he's like, no, I've never played first before. So
you go back to the beginning here. They basically said you're going to be the DH, and he was not thrilled.
The infamous press conference where he's sitting with a translator, and he keeps saying again, I am a third baseman in English.
Right. But then they get an injury to Cautious, and they ask him, hey, we have an injury. Can you help us out? Can you go play first base? He says no. So the next thing you know, he's gone. My point with this is you can't just go to Trey Turner and say, hey, can you play center field? Because Devers was like, no, I'm not going to play another position. Now, the point I'm saying is, even if Turner might be willing to do it or Harper's willing to do it, do you want to take the chance that it could start all sorts of fracturing between the organization and the player to the point of no return? Because you can't tell me what Devers brought to that team wasn't more helpful than what they have left over offensively.
Oh, 100%.
But they said, listen, we can't have this guy here anymore. So if you ask Trey Turner to go play center field or right field or second base or third base or second left field in the middle of the season when he's hitting .310, you don't need that. So the Red Sox deemed that just getting him out of the clubhouse will make them a better team. And listen, I can relate to that. You have a guy who's around that is miserable, but he's a better player than the guy who's quite okay with his role. I'll take the harmony of the guy being okay with his role than keeping the better miserable player around. That is 100% out of 100%.
And really quick, to that point, I want to point out that the GM of the Red Sox came out, Breslow, and said that he thinks they're going to win more games.
What is he
going to
say? What is he going to say? Oh, well, we think we can win more games with Devers, but we traded him anyway.
Well, no, but what his point was is that
it said no GM ever.
I understand that, but I'm trying to tie these two things together. It's the point of he's saying that the harmony in the locker room.
Well, I'm saying if he said it that way, listen, we're banking on the fact that we think him being unhappy could help us. Getting rid of him if he's unhappy can help us win more games.
That was.
He's not saying he thinks they're more talented.
But that was the full quote. But you decided to jump in before I could finish my sentence there.
Yeah, well, it was not really relayed very well. It was more of like, well, Breslow thinks they're going to be better. No, he doesn't think they're going to be better. He's saying this guy was miserable. We needed to get him out. And then at that point, well, of course he has to say we think we're going to be better. I mean, at that point, he's turned into the Luka Doncic trade where everybody's laughing at you. But in reality, he's not wrong.
No,
he had a guy who's miserable, and they had to get him out of there.
And by the way, the other side of this coin is, don't forget, the Red Sox mishandled this whole thing from the beginning. And the Phillies are probably sitting there being like, we don't want to be like the Red Sox.
And he gets traded to a team that already has a third baseman signed long-term.
But he's already said, he's like, oh, I'll do whatever the Giants want me to do.
So, yeah, the Giants have Matt Chapman signed long-term.
Great third baseman.
This is a situation, though, that you should be able to say, hey, you're playing first base for 2 weeks until we figure out what we're doing. You can't help us out to do that. The minute that happened, he was gone. The minute that situation happened, he was out of there.
But, again, the Red Sox also mishandled the situation. They did not help the circumstances of that situation, whereas the Phillies, I think, are trying to avoid anything like that situation.
609-4. Well, exactly. The Phillies are saying, we don't want to approach Trey Turner about changing positions. He might handle it like a pro. But what if he doesn't?
What if he doesn't?
And we don't want to find out if he doesn't. We'll just keep him there for now.
Or what if he says publicly, hey, I'll do it, and then his batting average drops and he struggles hitting-wise the new position. Now you ruin one of your more important players in the lineup.
No question. That's why I said you cannot move Turner at this stage of the season. And there's people now, what about putting Bryce Harper back in the outfield? I'm not taking the chance to approach Bryce Harper at this point saying, hey, Bryce, will you move back to the outfield? Now, he has said I would do it for the right guy.
Correct.
Pete Alonso. I don't know that Otto Kemp is Pete Alonso.
Absolutely not.
So I find it hard to believe that he's going to say, yeah, you know what? We got this great kid. Otto Kemp seems like a nice guy. I'll move out to left field for him. Don't see that happening.
That's where you pull out is that a clown question, bro?
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. It was opening day. We were at Maynard's in Margate, and I put out my Phillies preseason predictions. Let's revisit them now about 70 games into the season. Kind of the first quarter of this season, a little over the first quarter of the season. Let's see how those predictions have panned out so far. Plus, who has the best lineup in Major League Baseball? ESPN.com ranked all 30 teams. Where do you think the Phillies lineup ranked in all of baseball? 609-403-0973. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. We got Phillies Mets Saturday and Sunday on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 2:30 Sports Bash Live. Frank Close Phillies mailbag. You got a Phillies question? Text it in, 609-403-0973. We'll update the poll question right now at 973 ESPN. Let's see. Do you trust Orion Kerkering as the Phillies closer, or do they need a better option? Right now, it's close there, Josh. What'd you vote? Did you put a vote in there on the poll question?
I did. As I said on the GIF, I want more.
Need a better option.
Always need more.
Yeah, my Twitter's been weird today. It's pumping out stuff like twice.
Really?
Yeah, like is the poll question posted twice on the 973 ESPN Twitter X platform?
I mean, I didn't see it twice, but I'm pulling up the profile right now.
Yeah, if you're on the profile page, like at the one that I'm looking at, it's up there twice. Same exact thing, same amount of votes, same percentages. It just posted twice. I don't know why.
Huh. It is actually posted twice.
Yeah, there's something I posted on my personal one at Mike Gill Show today, and that one posted twice about the Devers trade. Same thing, said the same thing, has the same engagement, yada, yada, twice. My phone's been weird today. I was talking to someone on the phone earlier, just hung up on them, then I tried to call them back. They tried to call me back. It said my phone was unable to be reached. I mean, it's been...
You have Verizon, right?
I do have Verizon phone. I also have Verizon Wi-Fi, and let me tell you, my YouTube TV the last 2 days has been... I watched the Phillies game last night. It was brutal. I mean, grainy. Earnshaw texted me last night when Kepler hit the homer, and he didn't come up for like 4 batters, so I had no idea what the heck he was talking about.
So there was a rumor running around last night that
I heard a rumor. Remember that song?
Vaguely. Anyway, so I heard...
Not Rumors, Fleetwood Mac, great album.
No, not that.
You know Stevie Nicks is coming to Atlantic City?
So I've heard. From you.
You a Stevie Nicks fan?
Stevie Nicks is good.
Very good.
I would not be like, top 5 all time, but, definitely if someone was like,
what do you mean not top 5 all time? Really?
But if someone's like, hey, you want to go see Stevie Nicks? I'm like, yeah, sure, let's do it.
100%. You get the chance to see Stevie Nicks, you go.
So anyways, I was saying, there was a rumor online last night that apparently Verizon is doing an overhaul of their network and their systems, and apparently it's going to impact people's subscription services. And I was reading about it last night, and I was like, at the first, I was kind of like, oh, all right, whatever. I don't even have Verizon, but it's interesting. But now hearing you, the second person to tell me that they're having a problem with their Verizon, started to make me wonder.
I've never had a problem with Verizon, ever. Not phone. Internet's been fine. I've never had an issue. But
I'm saying, I read that article last night, and now I'm starting to wonder.
I had 4G all day today. No bueno.
Yeah, it's limited.
All right. Do you trust Kerkering? You said need a better option. Right now, the options are, I'm very surprised by the voting. 51-48.
That's about right.
Where are the people going? Do they think he's the man or need a better option?
I think the people are leaning the better option.
51% need a better option. 48% say Kerkering is the man. I'm very surprised by that. Because I like Kerkering, and I don't think he's ready to be the man.
So you think too many people are too maybe recency bias here?
Yeah, he gets a big save last night. All of a sudden, you're excited.
Yeah,
it's like saying that Kepler. All of a sudden,
all of a sudden, you're David Gettleman. You say you're in love.
Sure. All right, here we go. Ready? Key predictions for the Phillies season to watch team awards. See which ones I hit so far, on pace for, and which ones are way off.
Let's do it.
Number 1, Andrew Painter. I said Painter will be a factor this season. He will likely enter the rotation sometime around the All-Star break. My prediction is when he does, he is going to make it very difficult for Thompson to remove him. That one's kind of an incomplete.
That's a TBD still.
Yeah. Number 2, the trade deadline. Phillies lineup has been very streaky. My guess is Dave Dombrowski will give this group to the trade deadline, and if there's a glaring issue, he will shake things up. Dombrowski was quiet this offseason, but my guess is he will not hesitate to make a move by July 31st if things are stale.
Still waiting on this one.
Agree. But it is kind of playing out that I think he's giving these guys a little longer leash because he wants this group to be able to hang out together, and he wants them to win together. He wants them to prove to him that he doesn't have to make the move.
He's definitely giving them a longer leash. My only question to you, Mike, just to follow up really quick on that is he giving them too long of a leash?
I understand your question. I don't think he is because I think he knows we're in this. I don't have to do anything irrational. Because if you do it now, you have to give up probably more.
Right. It's better to be patient, let somebody else get desperate.
Yeah. Number 3. I think I got this wrong. Romano and Kerkering will be all-stars. Said, I've always been a big fan of Romano in Toronto. He's a 2-time All-Star with the Jays. I see him representing the Phillies at the Midsummer Classic. He's been outstanding this spring, showing plenty of life with his fastball. Last year, where the Phillies had Jeff Hoffman and Strahm go to the All-Star game, I think Romano and Kerkering will be there this year. I mean, Kerkering has a shot, I guess.
I mean, if he goes on a hot streak, maybe.
Well, his numbers are outstanding. I mean, realistically. Now, I think that there's probably other guys, closers, bullpen guys. Last year, though, Strahm and Hoffman were not big save guys.
Yeah, and the problem with baseball now is there's, the traditional closer doesn't exist anymore.
Not on many teams.
Many teams, so it's like you don't look around baseball being like, who's the save leaders anymore.
Kerkering, 2.54 ERA, which is solid. 26 strikeouts in 20. He has 26 strikeouts in. Let's see. 26 strikeouts in 28 innings. That's not great.
Not good
16
enough.
walks, too many. His whip's a little higher, 138 than I would like. All right, he's not going to make the All-Star team. So I'm wrong on that one. I'm out. I'm incorrect on that one. Number 4. Aiden Miller and or Justin Crawford will appear this season. Both of these young players made an impression this spring, but I think we will see one, if not both of them at some point. If there's an injury in the outfield, Crawford could be a candidate to get the call if he shows he's ready. Miller's path will be a bit more difficult, but he would likely need multiple injuries to find his way up. But if Turner was out for a long period of time, the team could call him Miller and keep Sosa in his super utility role.
This is still TBD, so no, there's no grade for this.
But do you think that we will see, I said Aiden Miller and or Crawford will appear this season?
Crawford, yes. Miller, no. I'm just convinced that they're going to keep Miller at Double-A, let him get a full season under his belt, and then do it next year.
I agree with that. I don't think you'll see Miller. I think it's more likely that Crawford will be up at some point. So that one trending towards the right direction, but so far incomplete. All right, team awards. MVP. How about this one? I'm going to go with Trey Turner as the team MVP. I like the idea of him hitting leadoff as he did it with the 2019 Washington Nationals, who won the World Series. The whispers of his future at shortstop with his new spot in the lineup means a big year for Turner.
Well, at least that one looks correct.
Would you say he's the MVP of this team so far?
Yeah, he's the only guy who's pretty much hit consistently all year, aside from Schwarber.
Well, Schwarber would probably say, what about me?
But Schwarber, the problem with him right now is he's starting to slump a little bit in a month where he's usually been great. So it's kind of like Turner now keeps elevating, and Schwarber kind of like hit a wall and now is like trickling off.
Cy Young. All right. Zach Wheeler is the easy pick, but I'm going to go outside the box with Jesus Luzardo. He has number 1 ace stuff and should rack up plenty of wins and will have a ton of strikeouts. If he remains healthy, he will shine in this rotation.
Well, that was correct until the Phillies left him out there to get shelled.
Yeah, he had the 2 bad starts, but other than the 2 bad starts,
the one start wasn't fully
candidate.
his fault. The one start, there was guys were dropping balls in the outfield, guys were botching balls in the infield, and they could have taken him out of the game, but they left him out there to protect their pathetic bullpen and destroyed his ERA and probably destroyed his confidence for the next start when he allowed 8 runs.
And probably destroyed my prediction.
Exactly.
Damn you. Bounce back. Said not many candidates here. Not many Phillies had a, quote, down year in 2024, but I see Bryson Stott having a strong season. I'll pencil Stott in for 278, 17 homers, and 73 RBI. That one seems to be off base.
Yeah, that one was a fail. That's a strong fail.
I'm worried about. I said I'm not really to worry about anyone in particular, but I can see the Phillies looking to upgrade center field at some point. Brandon Marsh hasn't shown he can hit left-handed pitching, and Johan Rojas, who has been pretty good this spring, has struggled at the plate. I mean, it's kind of an overriding problem that this team has had center field.
Yeah, but it's a more than fair prediction.
Surprise! Newcomer Max Kepler will become a fan favorite. He is going to surprise you. I'll mark him down for 268, 23 homers, and 79 RBI.
Well, I don't know if he could ever be a fan favorite, but he definitely has the chances he'll get those numbers.
The batting average I might be off on, but he's got 9 homers now. Can he get himself to around 20?
I think he could. He definitely could. I just don't know if he's ever going to be a fan favorite. I think fans are just kind of whatever about it.
So far, yeah, he's not like a colorful guy. He's a very good outfielder. But, yeah, he's not much of a, connecting with the fans. He's played 66 games so far. He's got 9 homers.
I mean, there's a cluster of fans that probably still don't even know who he is. There's like, oh, who's left fielder again? He bats left-handed.
Well, after 130 games, he should be around 18 homers, which means he could get to 23 in the final 40 games of the year. So I would be right around 23.
Right. I think the number in terms of homers and RBI are still attainable. I just don't know if it would be a fan popular guy.
In the end, I see the Phillies winning a lot of games because of their pitching. I'll say about 95. However, unless something changes with the lineup, like adding a right-handed power bat, I see another early playoff exit. That was written by me back on March 27th.
I would say that it's a half and half bag. I would say that
some of them still need to be determined.
Some of them still need to be determined. Some of them was like, hey, that was a really good perspective by you. Others, it's just it didn't work out as you saw.
Not yet. Certainly the Stott one hasn't worked out. The Crawford thing hasn't happened yet. By the way, the voting at 973 ESPN, you can get over there and vote throughout the show. 51% say the Phillies need a better option at closer. 48% say yes, Kerkering, he's the man. So right now, if you want to vote on that, or text in 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Mike, is the Sports Bash considering giving away Stevie Nicks tickets? What a great prize, Phil and Brigantine. I consider it. If I have them, I'll go find out. Maybe tomorrow, Stump the Sports Bash. Although the tickets don't go on sale till Friday. Tomorrow's like a special, like if you're a something.
Gotcha.
And then Friday they go on sale to the general public.
Okay. Well, maybe we'll have them next week then.
We'll say Stevie Nicks' solo career, certainly not up to her Fleetwood Mac days, Phil. But if you want to get me tickets for Stevie Nicks, I'd love to go. There's a Stevie Nicks cover band. I think they're called Tusk.
Okay.
I think they're playing at, is it Harrah's or Caesars? One of those Caesars properties. I hear they're really, really, really good. So, Phil, if you want to go see Fleetwood Mac, there's a cover band called Tusk, I believe they're called. But, which is one of their songs. Am I considering giving away Stevie Nicks tickets? If I can get my hands on them, I'll give them away. Stump the Sports Geek tomorrow. What else we got here? Dan and EHT. Why does everybody think the Phillies need to do that? Do you know Marsh has a 365 OBP? Do you know Rojas is an amazing outfielder? Do you know they have a ton of arms in-house? The hitting struggles against the Mets was a playoff before their divisional series last year. I don't know what you're referring to. Why does everyone think the Phillies need to do that? What is that?
I'm assuming he's referring to get a new center fielder or get a new something.
Well, I think Marsh would be better suited to go play left field in a platoon. The problem is they have a left-handed left fielder right now.
Right.
So the question would be, do you just cut ties with Kepler, who's actually showing a little bit of power, something that Marsh is not showing?
Yeah,
Which guy would you rather keep around? If you got to pick one, Marsh or Kepler, who stays, who goes?
Easy, Kepler. It's easy.
March 260 almost.
That's great. Good for him. Listen,
right now, Kepler, 66 games, 221, 310 on base. Marsh, 52 games, 256, 347 on base.
That's great. But as I wrote about in 973 ESPN.com yesterday, the current group of players, too many of them have been part of the failures of this team in the postseason. Not once, not twice, but 3 years in a row where they have failed offensively. Kepler was not a part of those failures.
All right, coming up, what do we make of this Bryce Harper stat? Wait till you hear this. Stick around. That's next. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. All right, 251 Sports Bash. What do we make of this Bryce Harper stat? Have you seen this Bryce Harper stat here over the last couple hours, 48 hours or so?
I might have seen it and forgot about it, so just give it to me anyway.
The Phillies' record with Bryce Harper in the lineup, 420 and 363. It is a 536 winning percentage.
Okay.
When Bryce Harper does not play, they are 85 and 73. That is a 539 winning percentage. For whatever reason, the Phillies win more without Bryce Harper than when he plays. This is certainly different than the Sixers with Joel Embiid and without Joel Embiid. So the Phillies had Bryce Harper in the lineup. They lost 9 out of 10. Now Harper's gone, and they've ripped off, 5 in a row? 6 out of 7?
Yeah, 6 out of 7, 5 in a row.
What do I make of that Bryce Harper stat? They won 536 winning percentage with Harper, 539 winning percentage without Harper.
I think it just shows you that the team is guys that stepped up without him. I don't think it means they're better without him or the same without him. I think it just means that guys know that for X amount of time they got to step up and get the job done, and they are.
Yeah, it's a weird dynamic that he's definitely the best player, the best guy in the lineup. He hits in the middle of the lineup. And yet, when he's not there, they're actually a better team. I don't know what to make of it. It's baseball. I know, just having the best player in your team doesn't mean all of a sudden you're going to win.
Baseball's a weird game, so I wouldn't overreact to that. I think I'd be more puzzled if it was significantly different.
Cal Quantrill pitches tonight, by the way. Castellanos, Schwarber, Kepler, and Turner have all homered off of him. Schwarber's 3 for 17 with 3 homers off Quantrill. He's a right-handed pitcher. Kepler's 4 for 22 with a homer. Turner's 4 for 9 with a homer. Castellanos is 2 for 9 with a homer. Realmuto's 2 for 10. Rojas is actually 3 for 6. You wonder if he's going to be in the lineup tonight, although Marsh is the left-hander, so you would imagine.
Are you insinuating that your Bet365 play today might have something to do with home runs tonight?
Doubtful. Maybe. I don't know. There's new hoops tonight.
That's exactly right. You might go with maybe some homer trends here.
I've been really good on the hoops, man. I need the hoops to stay. I got the hoops feeling in me.
Yeah, you just got to evolve with the times.
Phillies mailbag on the way. Frank Close joins us to talk a little Phils baseball. And his mailbag, of course, is up right now at 973ESPN.com.
By the way, your last 2 baseball picks both hit, so don't sell yourself short.
Okay. I won't. I'm going to nail it tonight.
That's the spirit.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Phils and Mets, Saturday and Sunday night baseball right here on 97.3 ESPN. Check out the Phils and the Mets right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, coming up, Frank Close's Phillies mailbag. The lineup should be coming out here soon as the Phillies have a 6-10 game tonight because of the Stanley Cup down there in Sunrise. All right, 3 o'clock, Sports Bash. The Phillies mailbag is up at 97.3ESPN.com. Frank Close, our Phillies insider, answers your Phillies mailbag questions each and every Tuesday right here on the Sports Bash. You can check that out over at 97.3ESPN.com. You can always post questions live during the show. Text them in at 609-403-0973 with your Phillies questions. Phillies win again last night. First game of this 4-game set against the Florida Marlins. Phils are 43-29 in National League East play. They are 2 back of the Mets. Of course, the Phillies and Mets will meet this weekend. 2 of those games you can listen to Saturday and Sunday on 97.3 ESPN. I would imagine the Phillies lineup is about to come out here shortly as our conversation with Frank emerges. But we'll start with Frank and the question that we asked at 973 ESPN. Is Orion Kerkering the guy that will now get the ball? And is that good enough, Frank Close? Let's start there with that question. Do you like Orion Kerkering in the closer role, or do they need an upgrade over that?
Well, if I'm the Phillies, I would continue to keep looking for an upgrade. However, it's really hard to argue with Kerkering's performance the last 2 months, really. And if you look at his last 15 games, a 0.00 ERA. Can't ask for much better than that. He's 2-1 during that span. That loss came when he allowed an inherited runner to score, but he has allowed no earned runs. And I think that at this point, he is Rob Thompson's perhaps most comfortable option pitching the 9th inning. You know, I think what you saw last night was a very intentional setup of the bullpen. You had Taijuan Walker pitch the 6th as he continues to work into a 1-inning role. And then behind him, you had Jordan Romano. So that would have been Kerkering's spot before. So he's clearly flip-flopping the two. He went to Strom in the 8th, as he often does. And then clearly he was leaving Kerkering to pitch the 9th. So I think he's got a lot of confidence from his manager. And I think that you're going to see him, I think, in that role at least for a little while they assess what they have.
I think we think his stuff profiles, Frank, right? I mean, his stuff profiles to be a closer. We're talking about Orion Kerkering. He throws hard. He has that big sweeper. I mean, he's a guy who has some really good stuff. Why has he been inconsistent up to this point?
You know, maybe a little bit of immaturity. In fact, I think even last night he said, hey, it was good to get that out of the way. I mean, that was his mentality, that he finally got through a 9th inning and got his first major league save. So I don't know if it's a little bit of confidence. I think he tends to struggle a little bit with inherited runners scored. Now, 2 of his last 3 have scored, although I think it was only 1 of 11 in May. So he's improving on that too. So I think he's getting more comfortable. I think he's getting more confidence. I think he's trusting his stuff a little bit more. But yeah, you're right. You know, he's kind of the old school way of thinking of the closer. You bring the guy in that just throws the hardest, and that's going to work itself out. Well, it really doesn't work that way, but I think he's growing in confidence, and I think you're going to see him really start to embrace that role and settle down a little bit.
All right, Frank Close, let's get some Phillies questions for him. And Kevin wants to know what we're talking about. Is Orion Kerkering the Phillies closer now, or is that just a one-time thing?
I don't think it's going to be one time. I think that because the bullpen was set up the way it was yesterday, it wasn't like he came in after the Phillies took a surprise lead or an extra innings. This was a planned bullpen slot for him last night. So I think he's going to get some looks there. Jordan Romano, his ERA is indeed creeping down, and I mean, it's in the high 6s, but of course it was north of 12 at points this season. I think he wouldn't hesitate to use him again, but I think Rob Thompson thinks this is a better option right now. And Matt Strom, as good as he was last year, he's been a little inconsistent himself. So I think this is the best option. Now, Rob Thompson has not in the past anointed anybody a closer in his entire Phillies tenure, for that matter. And so I think that he's still going to continue to do what he has been doing and work matchups. But I think it's clear that this is probably the best reliever they have right now. And we'll see what happens, though, with the trade deadline. I mean, there are some potential closers on the market, like Felix Bautista from the Orioles and Jake Bird of the Rockies. If the Phillies were to acquire a season closer, they might throw them in that role. But for now, I think Rob Thompson has to do what he can, and that is really use the most consistent arms when it matters the most. And I think you're going to see him not be called the closer, but used a lot in that situation.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of bullpen stuff that we can get into. Saw Taijuan Walker last night. Is that kind of a role for him? Hey, when the pitcher only gets you through 5, can you get us that 6? Because it feels like the Phillies feel like Romano, Strom, Kerkering right now are their top 3. Who's that guy that the starter only gets 5? Because that's the one thing about the Phillies. Come playoff time, Frank, can they shorten that bullpen by their starters going 7 innings? That will be a big thing for them.
Yeah, no, I agree. If the starters go 7, well, then you have less to worry about. But I think you saw last night, coming off of an off day, I mean, without the off day even, but with not needing those relievers on Sunday, you got a situation where they could use their top guys in their preferred slots. But as the season goes on, not everybody's going to be available every day. And so what you saw out of Taijuan Walker there is kind of his foray into, keeping a small lead on your side. And I think that Taijuan Walker will get some opportunities to even go further back in the bullpen as the season goes on. Because let's say tonight the Phillies win 6-3 and they use Strom and Romano and Kerkering. Well, guess what? Then they're probably not available the next day. So there will be opportunities, I think, for Walker to be in higher leverage spots. And he may just emerge as somebody that you trust a lot in those high leverage spots. I mean, me personally, I really like Taijuan Walker kind of going all in. If he has just 1 inning and he knows he's not trying to pace himself for an entire start. His velocity is key to a lot of his success. And if you know you're only coming in for an inning, you just let the ball go. You don't feel like you need to hold back at all to get through 6 or 7 innings. So I think he's kind of a wild card right now. But between now and the trade deadline, Taijuan Walker can really show this Phillies team just what he can do. Because, again, their top bullpen arms aren't going to pitch every single day.
All right, Frank Close, let's go to another mailbag question here. Phillies mailbag question from Scott says, has the Phillies offense finally turned the corner? There's a lot of peels of the onion off of this question, so let's start with the generalization from you.
Well, generally speaking, in the immediate aftermath of Harper hitting the IL, you saw some games where the Phillies did not score a lot. It was almost like the Phillies lineup had to learn to function again without Harper. But I think there was one big move made recently, and that is taking Bryson Stott out of the leadoff spot. And Trey Turner, he's been fantastic, hitting about 333 this month, right? And he's clearly in that leadoff spot, and he doesn't seem to be going anywhere. And you also got continued production from Alec Boehm, hitting 345 this month, I believe. And beyond that, JT Realmuto, who has not given the Phillies a whole lot offensively this year, he's batting 333 this month. So if you start getting those contributions from guys that weren't contributing before, you can surely make up for what they were when Bryce Harper was there and those guys were not contributing. Especially from the right side of the lineup, they weren't getting a whole lot out of that right side of the lineup. And then I'll add one more name that's also been playing better, and that's Max Kepler. You wondered for a while if this was a bad idea, but this month he's hitting 333. So I think you're going to see that if the Phillies are getting contributions from those guys, they're going to be just fine. And they throw in Nick Castellanos and Kyle Schwarber in that lineup, and you feel pretty good about that lineup. So they can withstand Bryce Harper being out for a little while, no problem, I think. And it's really because of those guys stepping up or finding themselves, whatever you want to call it. But they've been significantly better in the month of June.
Well, I know a lot of people asking, what do you do with Otto Kemp? He's been hitting, although 0 for 4 last night. I mean, obviously it's a very, very small sample size. Is he the guy that replaces Weston Wilson? Can he play left field? Could he play some second base? I mean, what do you make of Kemp's future role with this team? Or is he more of a trade possibility? Can you even get anything for him in a trade? There's a lot of peels of the onion when it comes to Kemp.
Yeah, I don't think he was ever that much of a prospect. I mean, a lot of it had to do with the fact that he wasn't a drafted player, played Division II, not the type of player that really is high on any prospect list. He did crack the Phillies' top 30 prospects. That was really just with his performance last year. But I think a lot that we've seen so far is positive. He makes a lot of contact. A lot of it's on the ground. A lot of it has been sneaking through into the outfield. We haven't seen his power yet in the major leagues. But the fact that he's making all this contact, I do think he is an upgrade over Weston Wilson. I think he needs to learn a lot at first base, personally. In fact, I would have preferred to see him at third base and let Alec Boehm take first base because he seems to do both capably lately, and he seems to know what he's doing over first base. But
Frank,
Kemp's
is that a
learning.
sign that they changed those two, that they think Harper's going to be out longer because they want Boehm back in his more comfortable spot? Did they think Harper's going to be out a little bit longer? So instead of keeping Boehm at his unnatural spot longer, get him back to where he's going to be ultimately and move Kemp? Is that how you read that, or am I reading too much into that?
I didn't read into that, and that was because when Kemp came up, the idea kind of was, all right, well, we'll let him start where he's been most comfortable and played the most in the minor leagues, which is third base. So I think that was the idea, but they also, as time went on, they want to show some versatility from him, and right now he's there as an infielder, so I think they want to see what he can do at first base as well. I think he only had 7 games there in the minor league, so he's kind of still learning it. But I think once you get Bryce Harper back, although when that does not really remains to be seen. There's no timeline on that, unfortunately, and Bryce did not even travel to Miami with the Phillies this week.
Yeah, what do you make of that? They said he was, then he wasn't. Are they keeping something from us here? Are we making a big deal if we say, whoa, they said he was going and now he's not?
I think, as I kind of said this last week, I worry this is going to be a recurring problem for Bryce Harper because he dealt with it last year too. So I think they're trying to figure out the best course of treatment. It might be one of those things. Now, look, baseball players play with a lot of nagging type injuries. Maybe if this is the playoffs, Harper's just sort of playing through it. But, I think they're still just trying to treat him as best as possible and see where it goes. I mean, if there was a break, they would have known that by now. If there was a tear, they would have known that by now. But clearly he's got an issue with pain in his thumb, and they need to figure out how to manage that before they can really let him play. By the way, if the Phillies were scuffling along, maybe it's a different story. But as we were just saying, the offense is doing just fine for now. So I think the Phillies would rather have a Harper in prime shape for the stretch run in the playoffs. So I think they'll just take their time because they have that luxury right now.
Frank Close, 97.3 ESPN.com. A lot of questions to kind of ponder as this team. Let's go to another one. This one is from, what's that say? Justin. Phillies mailbag question from Justin. How will the Phillies handle the pitching staff once Aaron Nola returns and Andrew Painter is called up? This one's been a season long, but it took a little turn here when Nola disclosed that he will be out until about August-ish was the words that he used, which means the Phillies are going to need someone to keep his spot in the rotation until after the trade deadline. How has that changed this discussion?
Well, they did already commit to Taijuan Walker being in the bullpen, so you can cross him off the list of too many starters. And they have committed to giving Mick Abel a chance. Now, could that affect what the Phillies do at the trade deadline? Because now they might want to count on Mick Abel. I know Jim Bowden, the former GM for the Athletic, and now working for the Athletic, he wrote about the Phillies perhaps trading Mick Abel for Cedric Mullins and Felix Bautista with the Orioles. That would be a nice trade for both sides, I think. But now the Phillies, maybe they hesitate a little bit. Painter is still an extra starter, but then your depth kind of goes away after that. So, I mean, Alan Ronhell, I think he's the next one on the starter depth chart. So I think this is something you don't want to overthink right now. I think you kind of want to let it play out. And then when you get to the point that you're actually going to have all these arms at once, then you worry about it. But that setback, when we spoke last week, we didn't know anything about a stress fracture on the rib for Aaron Nola. So that certainly does change things. You thought this would be okay. He works out his little ankle issue, and then he's back on the mound. But this is going to be a while. And so I think you just want to, at all times, get the best 13 pitchers you have in your pitching staff, bullpen reliever. I don't care what. That would be my move overall, especially down the stretch. But yeah, I think it's really hard to predict these things ahead of time.
Well, you look at Mick Abel. He pitched well again last night, so he has 3 pretty good starts, really good starts, and then 1 start that was kind of iffy. But at this point, as you mentioned, I saw the hypothetical trade. It was Jim Bowden from The Athletic, Felix Bautista and Cedric Mullins for Mick Abel. Who says no to that deal? I
think the Phillies would have to really consider that. I think they would say yes to that. Cedric Mullins not having that great a year, but definitely an upgrade in center field for right now. So I mean, if that's the trade, I don't know that the Orioles would do it, but if that's a trade, I think that's a pretty good trade. So I think I would do it if I were the Phillies. But I think it does underscore the point that Mick Abel is probably their best trade piece right now.
Yeah, ironically, this trade, Mullins has been brought up, back. He got off to a really good start. Since then, he is hitting .233 with a .319 on-base percentage. Now, he does have some pop, 11 homers, 34 RBIs. I mean, he bounces from the top of their lineup to the bottom based on if there's a right-hander or a left-hander. A month ago, you might have said Mullins is a great fit because of your left field situation, but is Mullins now even an upgrade over what you have? Maybe because of the power, but that'd be a tough one. Bautista, though, it'd be hard to say no to having a guy at the back end of your bullpen.
Yeah, I mean, Bautista is kind of lights out. Unfortunately, he had that Tommy John surgery recently, and that's how Craig Kimbrell got his chance last year. But I think that he's a closer. Period. Like when we think about, I think I said this before. There's not that many. Back in the day, Billy Wagner closer, Jonathan Papelbon closer. Like it was really clear that these guys were closers. That was their thing. Bautista is one of the few in Major League Baseball you can confidently say that.
All right, Frank Close, 97.3 ESPN.com. You've got Jesus Luzardo. Looks like he has settled back in. He'll pitch tonight for the Phils against his former team, the Florida Marlins. And, by the way, the Florida Marlins and Luzardo, that trade, Starlin Caba was in that trade, a shortstop. They also sent an outfielder in that deal. Can they make a move like that? I mean, that's the kind of deal back in December when they made this trade. Can they find a deal where you're trading away a guy like Caba who, a young player, pretty well-regarded prospect? Is that the kind of trade the Phillies can make to better their bullpen and not have to give away an Abel? Do they have that kind of guy in their system that you think is the player that they would be willing to trade like Caba was this offseason?
More and more, I get the impression that Justin Crawford is not untouchable. I think Aiden Miller is. Andrew Painter is untouchable. I don't think Mick Abel is untouchable, but he's kind of proving at the moment that the Phillies might need him. So, but yeah, the Phillies do have other prospects. Anybody below number 3 on their prospect list, I think, is fair game. The Phillies do have Eduardo Tate, who's really their best catching prospect, but he's only 18 years old. He's not going to help the major league club immediately. They could figure out the catching spot in a different trade down the line or something like that if they needed to. But I think that they're going to probably try to trade from the prospects that are less close to being ready for the major leagues if they can at all help it. But I don't think Justin Crawford's a no-go for completely. But I think Aiden Miller, Painter, they're not going to trade them. But does a trade get done in this day and age? Yes, because most teams hesitate to trade from their top prospects, and deals do get done.
All right, Frank. Well, early start tonight, 6:10 for the Phils because of the Stanley Cup. And there is another edition of the Phillies mailbag. At Frank Close, everybody. Follow him on the X platform. He's back next Tuesday with more of your mailbag questions and answers. Thanks, Frank.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, there you go. Frank Close, everybody, of course, answers your Phillies mailbag questions. Each Tuesday here on the Sports Bash, he talked about the fact that trade, so this was over at The Athletic. Who says no, Josh? Orioles trade Felix Bautista and Cedric Mullins to the Phillies for Mick Abel. Who says no?
I'm just not a fan of Cedric Mullins being left-handed.
We talked about Mullins earlier in the year.
Yeah.
A similar trade because Abel hadn't been up yet.
Correct.
And we were saying, man, Mullins, I know he's left-handed, but he's a big upgrade over center field situation. We were in April, and Marsh hadn't got a hit yet.
Right.
But
as of right now,
he's a very good defensive center fielder.
He is. He'd be a massive upgrade defensively.
11 homers.
He's probably going to be he is an upgrade in every way over your current center field situation. The problem is, one, he's left-handed.
Low batting average, low on base.
And number two,
his low on base is .310.
Yeah, it's not great on base percentage, but he is a better player in general. But
it's weird.
Do you want to give up Mick Abel for a guy who's just an
free
upgrade?
agent, by the way? Mullins is a free agent at the end.
I didn't know he was a free agent. That's a huge problem then.
Yep. I'm not sure about Bautista. He is under team control through 2027. I thought so.
I mean, Bautista's fine. Like, I just don't know. To me, if you're giving a Mick Abel, I need more than that.
Bautista would be your closer, period, point blank.
He would, yes. I don't deny that at all. I'm just saying that Mullins and Bautista's probably the more interesting piece of that deal than Mullins.
I'm just not sure where Mullins fits in this lineup as a left-handed bat. If he's not hitting leadoff, which he probably wouldn't, unless you went back to the cockamamie, hey, you're batting leadoff against right-handed pitchers, and then you're hitting.
Let's keep Turner at the top.
Right, I would agree. And then he's not going to hit second,
right,
because he's left-handed, and then you would have 3 straight lefties in a row with Mullins, Harper, and Schwarber. So that's out. So then, does he go to the 5 hole? He's not quite. I mean, like, does he hit behind? Do you keep, like, would you go Turner, Harper, Schwarber, Bohm,
then
Mullins? When he hit 5 behind, I mean,
it's kind of high for him, though.
Just not a great fit for the Phillies.
I don't like the left-handed. I don't like the free agent thing I didn't know about. That's a huge red flag. Bautista I like.
Bautista definitely fits. I mean,
yes.
No, would you just trade Bautista for Abel? I think would even be a question.
I need more than Bautista for Abel. I think Abel
you have team control on him until 2027 on Bautista. So you have him next year and the following year. That, to me, I would almost consider.
It's a shame Austin Hayes is no longer an Oriole.
I would almost consider like the 1-for-1 deal because of the fact that you have team control on him. Like, if it was a free agent and he walked out the door, I'd probably pass on that situation. But the fact that I have a chance to have a closer now for 2 seasons after this, that doesn't intrigue you enough? And then I'm getting Mullins too. I mean, it's not like he stinks. What do you think?
I mean, if it's the best deal possible, then I think it's a conversation worth having.
Well, I'm looking at the other deals that he throw out there. This is Jim Bowden. He always throws 6 deals I'd like to see happen.
Yeah.
Marlins trading Sandy Alcantara. You don't need Alcantara.
No, I'm out.
So that's out. Orioles trade Bautista and Mullins to the Phillies for Abel. Diamondbacks trade Suarez, third baseman, to the Tigers.
Suarez is interesting because he's a guy who's going to be a free agent. Older player, though. The problem with him is I don't know if he could play at a position aside from third base. So, to me, he kind of loses his value there.
Yeah, Diamondbacks are 7 out in the West.
Diamondbacks are going to sell at the deadline.
Game over 500. In the wild card right now, Arizona is... They're only 3 back in the wild card.
Yeah, but remember,
I know they lost
Corbin Burns is done for the year. And don't forget, Gallen and Kelly are both eligible to be free agents. So the Diamondbacks are going to have to make a decision. Do they keep all these upcoming free agents like Suarez, Kelly, and Gallen, or do they start maybe trading a couple of them? It's going to be an interesting deadline for them.
White Sox trade Luis Robert Jr. to the Padres. That name's come up for the last 2 years. He is hitting 194.
He has regressed from his All-Star year a couple of years ago. He can't stay healthy. I am out on him.
194, 279 on base percentage, 311 slug. Yeah, I'm not giving up a player of any significance for that.
I'm not even giving up Otto Kemp for him.
Jeez, I might take that shot.
I would not at all. I think Louis Robert is the most fugazi of all the players who are going to be available at the deadline. That guy is an injury risk. He is somebody who has regressed the last couple of years. He is somebody who hit his peak 2 years ago, and he is cooked.
The other one is the Mariners trade Harry Ford to the Diamondbacks. Now, Ford is a catcher and an outfielder, so that deal doesn't make sense. I mean, because, you don't really need a catcher. You could use an outfielder, but obviously no help there.
No.
And then Pirates trade David Bednar to the Tigers for Chris Rodriguez, an outfielder.
Can I get Santana from the Pirates? I would make that deal.
Chris Rodriguez, a lower prospect for them. If I could trade a lower... Okay, would you trade Otto Kemp for David Bednar? He's a 25-year-old quote-unquote prospect. The Phillies are just saying, hey, Pittsburgh, he's the type of player that fits on your team. He's a 25-year-old prospect. He's past the prospect age.
Right.
But maybe you can get the controllable years out of him. We just don't have a spot for him. But we need a bullpen arm.
I'm at least willing to have that conversation, yes.
That's one I think you got to consider.
Because it's the bullpen arm. You need more bullpen arms.
Yeah. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. ESPN.com, the latest NBA mock draft. You know, the NBA draft is 8 days away.
Crazy.
Everybody thought Ace Bailey was the pick. But a latest mock draft, where do they think the Sixers could go at number 3? We'll go over that coming up next on the Sports Bash. Football at 4 is on the way. In about a half an hour from now, Adam Kaplan joins us with the Eagles roster youth. How about the breakdown of drafted players on this team? We'll discuss that in about a half an hour. Football at 4. It's the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 3:32. So the NBA draft is 8 days away, Josh. We've got the draft for you right here. It's a 2-night event. Do they need a 2-night NBA draft event?
No.
Of course not. I mean, I got an idea. How about start it early and get it over with?
I got an idea. How about you just make the picks shorter?
They do move pretty quickly through it. Just they start so late. The draft starts at like 8, right?
Well, they say it starts at 8, but more like 8:10.
Well, I know the radio coverage on Thursday night starts at 7:30 on 97.3 ESPN. Does that mean the picks don't start till 8:30? Is it like an hour pre?
I hope not.
Wow.
I am not thrilled with the setup of these drafts. I mean,
well, the Sixers having the third pick in the draft certainly adds some intrigue to this. No, are you just out on that?
I'm intrigued, but I mean, I don't need the second round on day 2.
No, the second round being on a separate day is ridiculous. They don't need a second. Although, the second round has become a little bit more and more important.
It has. Nikola Jokic, Draymond Green. There's been Jalen Brunson, a lot of guys drafted in the second round. I get it. It's not unvaluable. It's just basketball is, to me, is one of the greatest roulette plays in the sports, Mike. Like, drafting guys in the NBA draft, you are literally like risking almost your career. These executives are.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to sit here and say that they need a full day for the second round, but there is some trades that get made. Like there's some tinkering and moving up and down. Some teams value those second round picks. You do see some trades. A lot of times the Sixers have made a lot of trades on draft day. Is it weird to you, though, that the Phillies play at 6:10 tonight and their lineup is not out yet?
So I go back to what Thompson said last night, that they were going to be considering not playing Bryson Stott today. Of course, he wouldn't give out any information about Stott's injury because, he said, he's talking to the doctors.
Is it really that much of a big deal? Like, hey, Bryson, do they really, wouldn't you just say, listen, you're struggling. You had the you're not playing today. Like, what is there to decide?
Well, that's what you and I would do, but apparently the Phillies, they got to overcomplicate everything. It's like the Avril Lavigne song. Why got to make things so complicated?
This would be like your built-in, look, we really want to sit you anyway, so you're not playing today. What is there to really – this is the blessing in disguise. You have the decision made for you. I don't know. Anyway –
You're bringing too much common sense to the conversation, Mike.
Jonathan Gavoni over at ESPN.com has his latest mock draft up. You can check that out at ESPN.com. Right now, he has a change for the Sixers, and this is interesting. They got Flagg going 1, obviously. Dylan Harper going 2. Number 3, most mock drafts I've seen have Ace Bailey going 3rd to the Sixers. But in this top 5 by Jonathan Gavoni, and by the way, Bailey's working out with the Sixers today.
Correct.
He doesn't have Bailey in the top 5.
Not in the top 5?
No.
Wow.
Edgecombe, Knipple, Trey Johnson. That is the 3 guys he has. 3, 4, 5.
Well, Edgecombe is a guy that Pelton brought up to you, Mike, when Kevin Pelton was on with you last time, saying that was a guy that he could see the Sixers targeting. So I can't be too surprised by that name.
Edgecombe is one that's been gaining a lot of steam. I've looked at a lot of mock drafts here recently, and a lot of people are starting to put him in that spot. I just don't know if I see the fit. 6'4", shooting guard. He seems duplicitous to what you have with Maxey
and
McCain.
I agree 100%. I am not a fan of that pick.
Now, this says Edgecombe made a strong impression in his private workout meetings with the front office. He appears to be, quote, the leader in the clubhouse currently, with Bailey losing momentum after refusing to visit, initially unsatisfied with his search for a proven pathway to development. However, Bailey is now scheduled to work out with Philadelphia, and we'll see if he's able to sway the tides in his favor.
I'm not a fan of that description at all. He's not happy with his pathway to development.
Is that a... I mean, is that a...
That's a red flag.
To who? The organization or him?
Him.
But is he saying, look, I don't trust this team to develop me right?
Is it on the team to develop you? Do you need to be willing to be developed?
Well, yeah. I mean, what do we talk about a lot? Like, hey, they haven't developed any players. They don't do a good job of player development. is this is a guy I got to give you some credit, actually, the player, to say, hey, I know that I'm here. I know I need someone to help me get to that next level. Like, I give the guy credit for that.
Develop Maxey?
Yes, but they have been criticized of not being able to develop like their own. A lot of that whole draft class of guys that they've missed on.
I think they developed the Dembona last year.
I'm not saying I agree with him per se, but if he's saying I didn't like what I heard in terms of this is where I'm looking for, and I didn't like what I heard. I mean,
we're not in those meetings. I can't. Maybe he's right. I could be wrong, but I just feel like that sounds like a guy who just doesn't want to go to a certain team.
That's possible. I mean, listen, Edgecombe is, if you ever watch Edgecombe play, for the people out there who have no idea who he is, he's played at Baylor.
Yep.
Big 12, very explosive, super athletic, lot of jump. I mean, he would be one of these guys that gets up and down the court. When you're watching Indiana, you're watching that type of team that have like a lot of those duplicitous-sized Nesmith. And
what's why I'm wondering, is this something where if you go into the season and your starting backcourt is Maxey and Grimes, and then you have McCain and Edgecombe as your two coming off the bench?
You're small.
You're small.
I mean, Grimes is the biggest guy of that group. I think he's like 6'5".
Right. But what I'm saying is that something that you can maybe work with?
What is you look at Indiana's backcourt. You look at all those guys in Indiana.
Right.
They got a bunch of those guys that just kind of came out of nowhere, right? Most of the people probably never heard of a lot of these guys, but you've got Halliburton 6'5", not a big dude. Mathurin 6'5", McConnell 6'1", Nembhard 6'4", Nesmith 6'6", Shepard. They're not a big group of guys. They're bigger than what the Sixers would be.
Slightly.
But who gets a lot of those minutes? McConnell 6'1", Nembhard, Nesmith, Mathurin. You got a bunch of guys like 6'5", 6'6". It's not like these guys are these 6'8" wing guys. They are smaller, but bigger than what the Sixers would be putting together.
And by the way, Nick Nurse won a championship with a backcourt that was Fred VanVleet and Kyle Lowry. So it can be done.
Yeah, VanVleet's a smaller guy too. Lowry he's a smaller height-wise, but he was kind of more stout, a little bit more a tougher guy.
True.
Yeah, listen, Edgecombe 6'4". I don't know. What's McCain? I know Maxey's like 6'2". He might be a little bigger, Maxey, actually. Maxey's 6'2", McCain's 6'3".
McCain's 6'3", yeah.
Yeah, so you would have a 6'4", 6'2", 6'3", and then Quentin Grimes 6'4". I mean, that's a small group of guards.
It is, and I think that's the only demerit against drafting Edgecombe is the height.
There's the Phillies lineup, by the way. Turner, Schwarber, Bohm, Kepler. Castellanos is not in the lineup.
They defensive subbed him out last night.
This is the first time. This is the end of that streak, right?
Thank God.
Well, could he come in as a pinch hitter? Does that keep the streak alive? Or
no, I think it starts.
Starts. Turner, Schwarber, Bohm, Kepler and Wright, Realmuto, Ketching, Stott, Kemp, Marsh, Rojas. No Castellanos in the lineup tonight for the Phils.
So that explains why Kepler's so high.
That's why the lineup took so long. They were probably – something had to have happened here.
Something was waffling.
Well, I think they took him out of the lineup last night for defensive reasons.
Well, that's what Rob Thompson said. We're talking about for defensive reasons.
Mm-hmm.
But
well, the end of an era. I'm like,
overdue.
Yeah. I don't care that his consecutive game streak. Not disappointing. Although Nuggets is probably all bent out of shape now.
I'm just surprised they put Kepler at 4. I mean,
what else are they going to do?
Well, they're looking at him now as like, hey,
second on the team in home runs.
That's what I was going to say. You're
but what other? He's been hitting 5. Who did you think was going to go 4 if Castellanos wasn't playing?
Well, I wasn't expecting Castellanos to be playing, but
well, right. But you said I'm surprised at Kepler at 4. But when Castellanos not in the lineup, what are your other options there?
You could go on Realmuto.
Yeah, he's having a rough power year. I mean, again, Kepler's second on the team, and they're facing a right-handed pitcher.
They are.
So Castellanos, the consecutive game streak was what, 260-something?
260-something, yeah.
It's over.
Thank God. Go hang out with your kid, Liam. Take a day off.
It's the unsportsmanlike moment of the day coming up next on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. All right, 3:48, time for the Unsportsmanlike Moment of the day. By the way, Kepler had a streak of 236 games consecutively snapped today. Castellanos. Sorry, what did I say, Kepler?
You said Kepler.
That brings us to the Unsportsmanlike Moment of the day, which is Nick Castellanos is not in the lineup. All right, so they went over the top 5 superstars in sports right now.
Yeah, this is a weird list from Chris Canny. So we're going to let the audience and you might kind of react to each of these. So let's go from 5 to 1, okay? So again, Chris Canny is saying superstars in all of sports, not just any particular sport. So Chris Canny, let's get it from you. The top 5, this is from this morning's Unsportsmanlike, as heard on 97.3 ESPN.
Number 5, Leo Messi. Inter Miami, simply put, the most decorated player in the history of professional football. 8 times being named the world's best player by FIFA, record holder for the most golden boots, 4 UEFA Champions League titles, 2 Copa Americas titles, 1 FIFA World Cup title. His unprecedented deal with Inter Miami took the club's revenue from $60 million in 2022 to over $200 million in 2024.
I get the whole Messi thing. I'm not a soccer guy, but I can appreciate it. Here's what I'll say. Nobody has Apple TV Plus to watch him play. The MLS has become completely irrelevant. Even though he is probably the one guy people will buy tickets for to go see in person, I don't know that. I think he may have fallen out of the top 5 because of the Apple Plus thing.
I think he's still hugely popular because, you know, soccer fans who want to see him, they'll pay the money, they'll chalk it up. It's just that
man, I don't know, man. That Apple TV Plus deal, like they're trying to get out of that deal. Like it's been brutal for MLS.
Because the problem is that MLS is not a mainstream sporting entity. So the only people you're getting are the diehards.
The MLS, if they could get out, it was a 10-year deal, by the way. If they could get out of that thing, they would. I mean, they're putting games on there for free, trying to get people to go watch them play. Messi doesn't even play a lot of the times. I don't think it's worth. Listen, I know he's made a ton of money for Miami. He just talked about it. I know people, Union, try to go to games. He doesn't play against them. You buy tickets when Miami comes here. You don't know if he's going to play or not. It's really diminished his star power when you don't know if he's playing or not.
So you're saying that maybe he should have been knocked off the top 5 then?
I haven't seen a Messi highlight or social media anything. I mean, I'm not a soccer fan, so maybe it's not on my feed.
Sure.
But because they're just not on television anywhere, I feel like he is out of sight, out of mind.
All right, number 4.
Number 4, Coco Gauff. She burst onto the scene at 15 with her win over Venus Williams on center court at Wimbledon in 2019. Ranked in the top 10 since 2022, 2-time major championship winner, Coco is also the youngest player to win the W2A finals since Maria Sharapova did it in 2004. She broke the record for largest purse earned at a single event for any female tennis player. According to Sports Pro, Coco is the most marketable tennis player on the planet, men's or women's. Her popularity, according to Forbes, comes down to the 5 C's: charisma, capability, character, cool, and country.
If you gave me 1,000 guesses, I would not come up with Coco Gauff.
This is the one that Candy gave that I can't stand the most. First of all, he sounds like he's trying to convince us that she belongs on the list. That's always a negative. Second of all, Coco Gauff does not pass the mom test. The mom test is if I go to my mother and say, hey, Mom, do you know who this is? If she knows who it is, that's a superstar. My mom knows who Lionel Messi is. And she doesn't even like soccer. She thinks soccer's stupid.
Yeah, Coco Gauff, if you gave me, I said 1,000. If you gave me 5,000 guesses, I don't know that I would come up with that. And I am aware she won the French. Haven't heard her name mentioned in years. There's no way that's one of the 5 biggest superstars on the planet right now. No way.
I don't even think she's one of the most popular women's athletes on the planet. Congratulations to her. She's made a ton of money, but she is not on the level of a superstar in terms of popularity.
No way.
All right, next.
Number 3, Shohei Ohtani. Not a lot of work last night as a pitcher, but it didn't stop the fans from packing the house to come see him do his thing for the first time in 2 years. the single greatest baseball talent of our lifetime. Never seen a player that could lead the league in strikeouts and or home runs in any given season. Charter member of the 50-50 Club as a hitter, 3-time MVP, 4-time All-Star, 2 home run titles, Rookie of the Year, and 3-time Silver Slugger. As a pitcher, career 3.01 ERA, 1.082 WHIP, and 11.4 strikeouts per 9 innings.
I don't have a problem with Ohtani. I'm not even sure that I mean, the problem with Ohtani is, and I hate to, it's weird to say this, we live on the East Coast. We don't see him all that much. I mean, they play a lot of late games. So I'm just saying, for me, I feel like like last night he pitched
1 inning.
Yeah, 1 inning. It was late. I mean, I did see it, but it's like the LeBron thing. He went to the Lakers, and the games being at 10:30, it's like LeBron was almost out of sight for these last couple of years.
Yeah, but again, I think that you're not thinking of in terms of broad appeal. And
I'm saying I agree with Ohtani. I'm just saying for me, I don't get to see Ohtani enough as much as I would like to.
That's fair, but I think he is a massive superstar. He is a guy that fits the, hey, do you know who he is? Does anybody know who he is? I think he's the first one that Canny named that checks all the boxes.
No, he definitely, I would say, and he's got global appeal.
Right.
Messi does too, by the way. And maybe that's where he puts golf. I don't know what the French Open and women's tennis, how that resonates on the globe.
By the way, you mentioned number 2, Mike.
Number 2. LeBron James. According to the NBA, the King was the most viewed player on their social and digital platforms this season with 3.2 billion views, nearly 700 million more eyes than Steph Curry at number 2. 4-time champion, 4-time finals MVP, 4-time league MVP, 21-time All-NBA, member of the top 75 anniversary team, and the most points scored in league history.
Don't have much of a problem with that. I mean, I said the same thing about Ohtani. I just don't see LeBron. I'm old. I don't stay up that late much anymore to watch a Laker game, a Dodger game. I mean, I'm up at I go to bed at like 11:30, so I might see the first half of those West Coast games.
LeBron makes sense. There's no argument for me. People will be surprised who is number 1.
It's Caitlin Clark, the face of basketball.
Yep.
The 2024 NBA Draft drew in a TV audience of 2.45 million people to watch Caitlin Clark go number 1 to the Fever. Since coming into the league, W ticket sales increased 93%. Fever opponents had to start relocating their home games against the Fever to bigger arenas. In her rookie year, the average attendance for the Fever at home games was over 17,000 fans.
Yeah, I don't have a big problem with this. To me, the ratings when she plays versus when she doesn't tells you everything you need to know. Now, are 10 million people watching her as opposed to if LeBron's playing in the NBA Finals? No. But the percentage drop off from LeBron to the next, like if LeBron's playing in these finals, they might have 12 million, maybe 10, 11. These are getting like 8 or 9.
Right.
She's doubling the next person. This is the biggest star in sports in terms of impact of what she does and what happens when she's not there. Not a question.
So you agree with 3 out of 5?
Yeah, Coco Gauff doesn't resonate to me. Messi, not so much. I could be wrong about Messi because I'm not a big soccer, but I think that Apple TV deal really hurt the impact of what Messi could have been for the soccer game. Football at 4 is coming up next. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, brought to you by Bet365. Real quick, Nick Castellanos is out of the lineup today. First time in 236 games. According to reports, it's because, quote, an inappropriate comment he made after being removed from last night's game. That is from Lachlan March, who covers the Phillies for the Inquirer. She tweeted that out about 5 minutes ago, that Castellanos is out of the lineup because of an inappropriate comment he made when he was removed from the game last night. So that is interesting, because last night, when it was asked, he said it was a defensive replacement as the reason he was being pulled, not because of an inappropriate comment. You would think he would know if there was an inappropriate comment made at the time. So according to multiple reports, by the way, Charlotte Varnes as well from The Athletic, Castellanos said he was unhappy with being pulled from yesterday's game. He spoke his mind. Thompson told him he crossed the line. Yikes. This is going to be an interesting one. Hey, Nick, you know you're not a good defensive player? Just sharing that with you. All right, let's get to football at 4 today. Adam Kaplan joins us with a lot of Eagles thoughts. We talk about this roster and, dealing with talented players. They got a lot of talented players, but that's part of it, man. You gotta know your role. You're not a good defensive player. We got to get you off the field there, Nick Castellanos. And the Eagles, same situation here.
Mike, that's a fascinating story. So basically what you're telling me, based on the reporting from the beat reporters, is that, because we know Rojas was put in, they moved, if I recall correctly, they put Rojas and then they moved Marsh over. So
yes, Rojas is playing center, Marsh is playing left, Kepler is playing right today.
Right. So they made changes to the game, and now they're doing it again today. So, as I guess he was being taken out, he was obviously pissed off about it, and he let Rob know. But he went over the line with his wording. So you got to be careful that if Rob Thompson's benching you, who's like the nicest guy in the world, you clearly went over the line. So. That's interesting, Mike. It's not something we really hear with the Phillies.
No, and a lot of times, Thompson gets this rap as being too easy going, and you're right. He made the decisions. That just came out moments ago. Castellanos not in the lineup for the first time in 236 games. His consecutive streak ends. Okay, let's get into today's edition of Football at 4. Adam Kaplan from the Inside the Birds podcast, which you can get on all podcasting platforms, is here. And Mosher mentioned this on Monday, that of the 11 starters on defense, 10 of them are likely to be draft picks. And if basically Tyler Steen wins the right guard spot, that the entire offensive line will be drafted players as well. So the Eagles roster, the youth of this team, is a very evident picture that is being painted here with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, Mike, now what's interesting is, so what Jeff brought up is, and the reason why this was brought up with you was that our last two shows, the one that dropped today was defense and the Monday was offense, is what this future, what the future of the roster is going to look like past the season 26 and beyond, because it certainly, for the first time in our 8 years of Inside the Birds, which we started in spring of 2018, and really that I can remember since Howie Roseman became general manager, particularly when he got full personnel control in 2016. He never had all of it, 53-90, free agency in the draft until 2016. There's some stuff that's out there that's not correct. The first year he had everything was 2016. Howie's never really done it like this. Now, there are a lot of theories, but he's building a lot for youth and the draft. Well, part of it is, when I say he's trying to build for the draft, so is every other team, but he's getting them right. And it just, I'm very curious about how roster construction and team building and roster building, which for 28 years I've covered this business, I've gotten a lot of opinions from general managers and personnel directors and scouting directors and coaches too, but it's more because coaches don't have a lot of say unless they have personnel control, which is rare. But it's really, Mike, to me, it's not a one-size-fits-all philosophy. When I first started covering the league, you have to draft, develop, and you could help yourself a little bit through free agency. Well, that sounds good. Hey, you're not going to get every draft pick right. And by the way, you would be surprised, Mike, if you look at the data I have, their team in 2017, which was their first Super Bowl they ever won, was built more through free agency than the draft, which is hard to believe, Mike. But it was almost dead even between draft and free agency. You typically don't see that.
Adam, you take a look at this is the team that won the Super Bowl, and they're one of the youngest teams in the league here. When you look at the projected starters on this team, you have a lot of guys who are not even in the prime of their careers yet.
That's right. And, Mike, on defense, it'll be a minimum of 9 that were drafted by the club or signed as undrafted free agents, because you always have to state that T.J. Edwards is an undrafted free agent. He did play in that Super Bowl in 22. But if you look at this year, Mike, we'll start. We'll go most recent, then work our way back through the Super Bowl teams under Howie. So right now we're looking at 8 starters on offense, 9 on defense. A minimum of 17 out of 22 starters will be drafted by the club or signed as undrafted free agents. That's the most of any Super Bowl team that Howie's had of the 3. Now, last year's roster, Mike, 15. Had 8 drafted or signed as undrafted free agents and 7 on defense. Now, that was the opening day roster. In the Super Bowl, it was 14 because N'Kobe Dean got hurt. Obviously, he didn't play in it. Burks took his job and filled in for him. In 22, that first Super Bowl against the Chiefs, 10 out of 11 starters on offense, Mike, were drafted by the Eagles. That's a lot for Howie. And then if you look at just week 1 against Detroit, you might remember that game in 22. That game was at Detroit. 14 out of 22 overall were drafted by the club or signed as undrafted free agents. It was 10 on offense, 4 on defense. But the big thing, though, Mike, was offense. To start that season through the Super Bowl, it was all their team. It was everything just about, other than obviously A.J. Brown.
Right, and you take a look at, going back to their 2017 roster breakdown on that team. How different is it, right, going all the way back to that team?
Yeah, and the thought that it was given to me by 2 people who used to work for Howie was, and this was not really, they were trying not to be critical. They were just saying, look, we didn't draft very well for a number of years, or if we did, either the guy walked in free agency or we just didn't build around him. So, in the 2017 Super Bowl team, Howie's first as a general manager, just 12 out of 22 were drafted by the club, 6 on offense, 6 on defense, and same number in the Super Bowl. Now, we have to look at context, Mike, of what happened there. They had a number of injuries that year. Now, but who knew about Big V, who, by the way, Vaitai was drafted by the Eagles, got off to a very bad start, if you might remember the game against Washington, when he got his first NFL start, but he worked his way up. He did a very good job. In fact, he got a huge free agent contract, $10 million a year from the Lions. Unfortunately, due to back problems, he has not resumed his career. But if you really look at it, Mike, what happened before the 2017 team was that if you look at their secondary, it was dominated by free agency. Why? Because they did not draft and develop safeties or corners. This is where they struggled a bit. So if you remember, actually, you probably won't remember. Take a guess without looking it up. What was their starting secondary in the Super Bowl? There's going to be one name.
Jenkins, obviously, right?
Yeah, that's one.
Malcolm Jenkins was the one, and then your 2 corners was Darby, who just retired.
Yep.
Who was the other corner opposite Darby that year? Geez. I know Corey Graham was on that team, but he was the
good call. Wow. See, Mike, they opened up in Big Nickel. It was Graham, Rodney McLeod.
Rodney. Yeah.
Great guy. You're right about that.
Oh, and Jalen Mills. Jalen Mills would be the other guy.
Who would later become a safety and sign for pretty good money with the Patriots. But I have to give Howie credit with this, though. The trade for Timmy Jernigan, right? Now, he did well, and then he unfortunately hurt his back, and that was kind of the end of him. But Nigel Bradham was a very underrated signing. They paid him decent money coming over from Buffalo. That was a really good signing. He knew Jim Schwartz from the time in Buffalo. And the trade for Darby, if you remember, right before that 2017 season, that was the trade for Jordan Matthews. What a trade. The Eagles robbed the Bills in that one. You mentioned Jenkins, who was a big-time free agent signing for Howie. That was a great one. I think in maybe, 2014 or something like that. Rodney McLeod, who signed for big money, if you remember. That was he got chased by 3 or 4 teams in that free agency. Corey Graham, he did a good job. He was near the end of his career, but did a good job. And if you look at the offense, Mike, I mentioned Vaitai in that Super Bowl. Stefan Wisniewski, who would win Super Bowls, I believe, also not only with the Eagles but with the Chiefs, if I'm not mistaken, which is crazy. Nelson Aguilar, Torrey Smith, friend of our program. Torrey's a great guy. He won a Super Bowl with the Eagles. LeGarrette Blount, who signed, you remember, after the draft. And don't forget about Brandon Brooks, who also had a great year, and Alshon Jeffrey. This is a really good mixture by Howie of veteran free agents and players they develop, like Vinnie Curry, like Fletcher Cox from 2012, Brandon Graham from 2010, Michael Kendricks from 2012. It was a really good mixture, but part of why Howie did this with veterans is there were just a bunch of misses. Even before he had personnel control, there were too many misses, especially in the secondary.
So you talk about hits and misses. Let's talk about missing on free agents, because to win that Super Bowl in 2017, Philadelphia hit on a lot of one-year deals. Chris Long, LeGarrette Blount, Patrick Robinson, Corey Graham. They did the similar formula this year. Josh Uche, Aziz Ojulari. So they're going down the road. Adoree Jackson, a lot of one-year prove-it type of deals. So why do teams hit and miss on those type of deals?
Yeah, Mike, this is tied into this discussion Jeff and I had, but we'll go a little bit broader with you here. So one of the things that I first learned in 2000 was my first full-time year covering the National Football League, and I started covering the league around 99 or 98. But I remember when I was just talking to personnel people traveling, and the reason why some clubs did not want to go into free agency, and Bill Polian told me this, the Hall of Fame general manager of the Colts, is that we know our players better than we know yours. So why do we want to bring in players from other buildings that don't know our culture? Well, if you have good pro personnel people, they do advance. Like they're in it. They have the teams that they're assigned. They get to know these teams. They have very good background from the college career, from personality, and so forth. So you have to have a good pro personnel department. And why is Howie the king of free agency? They clearly have had good pro personnel people. And let's not forget, Mike, how many people in Howie's front office have moved on to become personnel directors with other teams or directors of some sort of general managers? He's had a lot of good people under him. Well, a lot of these people were either responsible for pro personnel or they had a hand in it. And they also worked on the college end and were able to gather information from the college game. So you always know your players better than other people's. Now, the other problem is when you take risks on injury history. I remember Stacey Andrews from the Bengals. Obviously, Stacey's brother was drafted by the Eagles, and it never worked out for Stacey. He had an ACL injury with Cincinnati. He never made it here. You're signing guys who are older, and they break down. They're near the end of the careers. You're taking a risk. And then this one is, I think, one of the better ones, the more underrated reasons why teams miss. Why did Bryce Huff miss? Wide 9 specialist. The Eagles made a mistake because they're a bottom 10 team in wide 9 alignment. It's not a defense, it's a front, and they don't play it a lot like they used to, obviously under Jim Schwartz. So Huff now is going to play in the wide 9 again on that front with the Niners, and they totally missed on him. I mean, they paid him. I mean, they're responsible for $26 million. So that was a bad miss, but at least they were able to get rid of him after a year. And then the biggest one, Mike, is football character. And this goes to the point where you're signing players from other teams. Or, by the way, you're trading for them, however you acquire them. You got to be careful with the football character because the culture that Howie's put together is so good right now. It's funny, you have that promo when I think it's when Jeff does the segment with you about Jeffrey Lurie talks about the culture begs for it.
Yep.
Jeffrey's got his own value of culture, but my thing is people connecting with like Nick Sirianni talked about and being there when you need to be there, rising up when you need to do that, and having that football character and that togetherness, and not being selfish. That the Dream Team was very selfish in 2011. And why did the offense and defense collapse, particularly the defense at 23, Mike? Entitlement, got too cocky out of the 22 season. The offense got stale. Sirianni fired the offensive coordinator. Everyone saw the offense collapse after the great 22 breakout. And 23 was one of the biggest collapses I've ever seen in my life of any defense. So you got to get the right people in your building, Mike. And Howie, for the most part, has learned from his mistakes on the football character.
Well, there's no doubt about it. We'll see how these one-year deals, if they hit on these free agents in 2025. They did it in 2017. It led to a Super Bowl championship. They're going down a similar road. Our Football at 4 looks at the Eagles make up their youth on that roster, and they're going to have a lot of young guys stepping in to positions and key positions. We'll look at it all summer long here on the Sports Bash. Football at 4, and don't forget to check out the Inside the Birds podcast on all podcasting platforms. Adam, thanks, buddy.
One thing quick, Mike. Tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Eastern, Super Bowl champion Dallas Goedert joins us on Inside the Birds. You want to hear this interview. You guys will enjoy it.
Definitely. Check that out. All right, Dallas Goedert on the Inside the Birds pod tomorrow. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
All right, there's Adam. And, of course, Football at 4 tomorrow. Mosher is back. We'll talk more about the youth on the roster, the drafting, and how the makeup of this team is a big factor in the success. Now, I want to get back into this report here. So I'm seeing some more reporting. Castellanos has spoken. He said, quote, Castellanos is not in the lineup tonight, by the way, according to reports. Lachlan Marsh, Charlotte Verns, they are the two beat reporters who seem to be with the team in Miami, at least those two. So both Charlotte and Lachlan are tweeting out, Castellanos is out of the lineup today because of an inappropriate comment he made after being removed from last night's game. Now, Castellanos has actually commented on it, and he agreed and basically said, listen, I wasn't happy about it. I spoke my mind. He said he crossed a line, so the punishment is I'm not playing. Yeesh. So does this sound like this is Castellanos saying, hey, I was in the wrong, I'm sitting, I get it? Or does it sound like he's saying, I said something, I crossed the line, and the punishment is I'm not playing, and he thinks it's frivolous?
I think it's the latter, because I think that Castellanos is like the guy who only apologizes because he got caught. I don't think he's apologizing because I don't think in his mind
what he said was a big deal.
Right. I think in his mind, he probably thinks, look, man, I'm the kind of guy who just says what I thinks, and it is what it is. And Rob Thompson's mind, probably him, and there was probably somebody else who also heard it, who might have turned to Rob and been like, we can't let this guy say whatever he wants.
Just turn into a bigger deal. I mean, I'm looking at this and I'm saying, okay.
Well, if you're a person who hates Nick Castellanos, you hope it does. Then maybe they'll trade him like Rafael Devers.
Listen, as tough as I am on Castellanos, I don't think, I'm not begging for him to get released or anything. I mean, what could he have said? Like, what level of something that he said do we look at and say, oof, you got to do something about this?
Well, and again, I am trying to put myself in the shoes of the people here. So I'm assuming that Castellanos probably dropped some sort of expletive, and the expletive was probably to the level that somebody would consider it inappropriate. So I would think that maybe Rob Thompson, so if I'm playing it out in my mind, is it a situation where Rob Thompson walks up to Nick Castellanos to the dugout and he says, hey, Nick, look, we're trying to make sure we win this game. We want to bring a defensive replacement for you to ensure that, everything goes kosher with the rest of the game, or something like that. And Castellanos probably said something to the extent of, whatever, man, F it, and then walked away.
See, this is a Castellanos. He's at fault here. Because
he's totally at fault.
Read the room, dude. You're the worst defensive right fielder in the game.
In baseball.
And it's a 5-2 game in the ninth inning. We're going to get a defensive replacement for you. If you can't accept that,
that's on you. And I think that's the part of the problem here. I think it's not as just about I don't think if Castellanos, him not being happy is what bothers the Phillies. I think it's how he expressed it. Like, if he would have told Rob Thompson, look, man, I don't agree with your decision, but I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah,
and then walk down the walkway, I think that would have been different. But I think it was kind of more of a, knowing Castellanos' personality, he probably said something like, whatever, man, you're the manager, F it. and then walked away. Like if he would have just said okay and walked away, nobody cares.
I don't know that. Hey, you're the manager. F it. I don't know that that's enough to not play the next day.
Well, what do you think he said then? Like, because obviously had to be some sort of foul language involved for it to be an inappropriate comment.
I'm trying to. I mean, like, the word being used here is quote an inappropriate comment.
Right. So, like, did he tell Thompson to? I got 2 words for you.
Yeah, I mean, like somebody tweeted at Mike Gill Show says we are totally speculating on Nick Castellanos. We don't know what he said. How are we going to bash him? I'm not really bashing him per se. I'm just saying the fact that he's not playing today, doesn't that in itself, with Rob Thompson as laid back as Topper is and gets criticized a lot for his laid backness, the fact that he thought it was that bad that he had to do something?
Well, did Thompson think it was that bad, or was it somebody else who overheard it? Like, is Kevin Long walking up to Rob Thompson afterwards and saying, that's uncalled for? And then Rob Thompson.
Well, it's funny you say Kevin Long. Did he say something like, is there like an outfield coach or something that maybe was
like, who's the bench coach? I forget his name off the top of my head.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But is there somebody that maybe
was standing there,
would have said to Topper, hey, why don't we get Castellanos out and put somebody out in right field? And then Castellanos assumed that guy was the reason and said something to that guy? I mean,
maybe.
Yeesh.
I mean, I don't think that this was something that Thompson decided unilaterally. To me, this organization is a very collaborative organization, and the way Thompson verbalized it last night, he didn't say anything about.
It's weird. I usually listen to the post game stuff. I did not hear what Topper said last night.
Yeah, I listened to it last night, and basically, I'm gonna go find the audio.
My television was on the fritz.
Well, I'm going to go find the audio, and I'm going to play it for you coming up. But the basic gist of what he was asked, hey, you took Castellanos out of the game. And he goes, yeah, well, we told him we were a good defensive replacement. And they were like, and he didn't have a problem. I was like, it's whatever.
Yeah.
Like, Thompson last
Something
night
doesn't add up there then.
It was whatever. Now, today, it's inappropriate comment. That's why I'm thinking, Mike, it's somebody else. Like, for example, Mike, you're a very laid-back guy in general, okay? You're a little like Rob Thompson. You don't really get bothered by a lot of stuff. If something bothers you, it must have been really bad. So, like, you're the kind of person who, maybe like Rob Thompson, you were just like, whatever. And then maybe after the show, maybe I came up to you, or maybe somebody else is like, Mike, I got to tell you, man, that was uncalled for. And then maybe you kind of sat back and you were like, yeah, maybe I'm being a little bit too laid back about it. I think that's what happened with Rob Thompson here.
Maybe. I don't know. This is bizarre, but I'll tell you what. It's taken on a mind of its own now on social media, of course, but it's everywhere. And Nick Castellanos' 236-game streak is coming to an end. According to Fox Sports MLB, through Charlotte Varnes of The Athletic, Castellanos not starting tonight because he made an inappropriate comment. He was pulled for the game and, quote, crossed a line. Yikes. Yeah. All right, more Sports Bash coming up. Knicks Nuggets are on the way.
And you don't normally make a defensive substitution for Nick.
Yeah.
What went into that decision?
Well, I talked to Nick about it the other day, and just moving forward, because we have this run of right-handed pitching, and you got Rojas sitting there on the bench. He's really kind of an elite defender, so you might as well use him.
Well, that was Rob Thompson last night when asked why Nick was replaced, and he didn't really give a direct answer. Not like, he just said, we have Rojas sitting there, so we might as well use him. So he didn't really get into any of the specifics on Castellanos. But some reporting from Miami is Castellanos is not in the lineup today. He used an inappropriate comment. He has commented on that by saying, I said something that was inappropriate. My punishment is I'm not playing. So he is not in the lineup for the first time in 236 games. Castellanos out of the lineup after being removed last night. He said something to somebody, and we'll see where this goes. We won't hear anything until after the game is over because Thompson, although does Thompson speak coming up? Is he speaking today? Because Castellanos has spoken. Has Topper spoken today?
This is stunning, Mike. I mean, I did not expect this coming to Nuggets today. I had to rework the Nuggets today because, things were going too well. Something had to happen, right? Something just had to go wrong with this team. Things were just going too well. I don't want to speculate because we're not getting the full context of what happened. I mean, we know he said something inappropriate. We don't know what he said, and we don't know the tone of his voice in Castellanos' response. You had Lachlan Marsh of the Inquirer. She tweets out, Nick Castellanos is out of the lineup today because of an inappropriate comment he made after being removed from last night's game. That's according to Lachlan Marsh. Rob Thompson, that's what he said today. So I'm assuming he already talked to the media. There's no audio of this. I can't hear the tone. And then Nick Castellanos, apparently he's already said something. According to Charlotte Varnes, like you mentioned before, she tweeted out, quote, it's his decision. He's the manager, end quote. I mean, I don't know what to take from that. Like, is he against this? Like, I don't know what the tone of his voice is if he's just like, he's not going to apologize for what he said. I don't know.
Right, and I mean, obviously, I don't know if Topper has an availability before the game. He usually would. I mean, usually you'll see the beat writers, I don't know how many beat writers are even down there. It looks like Charlotte and Lachlan are the only two that I've really seen, putting stuff out there. John Clark put something out. I don't know that means he's down there, but it seems as if Castellanos acknowledged that he said something. Now, we don't know the tone. Does it seem like he is kind of like, it was kind of weak sauce, but whatever, it is what it is? Or, he's got a 236-game streak. Not that really matters. I don't know where he thought that was going. He's not catching Cal Ripken anytime soon, so I don't really care about that. But does he look at it and say, you're going to bench me? I don't know. Could this be the first of – we never really heard any friction between anybody and, the manager.
It's funny. Before we get into my next point, Lachlan Marsh did tweet out, Castellanos did say, quote, I wasn't happy about it, spoke my mind. He said that I crossed the line, so my punishment is I'm not playing. That doesn't sound like an apology.
Well, no, it sounds very matter of fact. Sounds very matter of fact, as if like he said I crossed the line, my punishment is I'm not playing. And it's almost like you got caught, go apologize. I'm only apologizing because I got caught.
Yeah, and we know Castellanos is an interesting guy, to say the least. And, this brings me to my next point, Mike, is, the tone around this team has been different this year. It hasn't been as fun, rah-rah, as it has in years past. Remember, we had, Stott, Marsh, those guys after the game with, all the bubble gum and all that. There was a fun aspect to this team that people really appreciated, and this year that's been eliminated. You really haven't seen. It's been such a serious tone for the most part this year, and Rob Thompson's playing into that. He's benching. I don't know. He could have crossed the line. He's benching him for this game. We haven't seen that out of Rob Thompson. Some people will be like, finally he shows a pulse. I need the full context of this story. I can understand Castellanos is a guy who has an interesting personality, to say the least. But the tone of this team hasn't been as fun as it has been over the course of the past couple years either.
Well, we talked about it on Friday in the Rye or Cy segment. Are you looking at this? Have we had fun with this Phillies team? Has this season been a fun season? I mean, this is a team that's like 12 games over 500, and yet it doesn't feel like a fun team, a fun season. It seems like everything is always kind of, focusing on what they do wrong, what they have to do better.
It just feels like, Mike, let me interrupt. It feels like we're on edge, and the team's on edge at all times. Like, the season's going to be over after this game if this doesn't happen. That's just the tone of this season, and it started with the Phillies. And Chiefs vibes officer, he's down. He's in AAA. You don't have that guy in the clubhouse anymore. I don't know how much of a factor he was, but just overall, the tone has been totally different with this team. It's like you're on edge with every single pitch.
Because the expectations are higher.
Yeah.
When your expectations go up, so the fun goes down. I mean, that's what happens when you are expecting championship and the team is playing at a level that is not suggesting championship level. That's what ends up happening. So, and then you have something, look, this team really in this Thompson era has had very few off-the-field skirmishes, disagreements, anything to that. This is the first time. Now, is it something out of nothing? Is this a big deal? We'll find out after the game. I mean, really, everything is speculation up until this point. The only things that we really have up to this point is just the fact that Castellanos has acknowledged that he said something. From reading the quotes from Twitter, it sounds like he's not thrilled with the decision, but Castellanos is an oddball, man. I don't know what to make of it.
I'm interested to see if this is going to be emblematic for the future, right? Like, this is the third year with this core trying to go on a postseason run. 22, 23, 24, fourth year. I can't count. But is it emblematic of the beginning of the end with this Castellanos thing starting? I mean, these guys are getting into their 30s now. And, I'm very interested, and this is going to lead me into nugget number 2, regarding Dave Dombrowski and the deadline. You have to believe that he makes a major move. And I went back today, and I read an article from when he was hired in Jason Stark in The Athletic. If we remember that Dave Dombrowski was a part of a Nashville committee on exploring the idea of bringing baseball to Nashville, okay? This is somebody who they had to call 3 or 4 times. John Middleton had to speak to him directly when they hired him. They had to convince him to leave that job, leave that post towards the end of his career, which is Dombrowski is, not pretty much stay retired and come back, okay? So he has not made a major move at all at the deadline with the Philadelphia Phillies. If you go back throughout his history, 1997, he made a deal with the Phillies, Darren Dalton. 2014, with the Tigers, acquired David Price. In 2010, acquired Johnny Peralta with the Tigers. He acquired, in 2005, Placido Polanco with the Tigers. Red Sox, Nathan Eovaldi in 2018. Steve Pearce, 2018. Ian Kinsler, 2018. He has made big moves before. And I'd have to expect, if he's going for it one more time, I'd have to think he's going to make a major move this time around, because it feels like this is the beginning of the end with this core. That's just what it feels like. You have to try and go for it. You can always develop prospects, but this is the deadline for Dombrowski. And the Castellanos thing could be the emblematic start of the beginning of the end of this core.
Well, listen, we've been saying that about Dombrowski since he's got here. He always makes big moves. That's his MO. He hasn't made that big move. I mean, is that a big move?
Yeah, but deadline. I'm talking deadline, not an offseason. These were deadline moves to make that they have to get. They have to get somebody at this deadline. He has to make a move this time. Luzardo was a decent move. Kepler, he's been hot as of late, but that wasn't, a needle mover. He has to go out and make a move. If they think this is the core to win a World Series, this is the year.
I got a lot of texts on this. Players might feel a little comfortable with Thompson now with how he looks so laid back. Something like "go F yourself" was said. Hopefully nothing more appropriate than that was said.
Yeah. I mean, this Castellanos news is nuts. I did not expect this today. By the way, this is the longest streak since Pete Rose, playing in a game, 236. So that snapped tonight. I'm curious to see what they say after the game, because usually when they're at home, you get more access. You'll hear some videos will be out. There's more media there. They're on the road in Miami. Nobody seems to want to go to Miami. The ballpark's empty. I'm curious to see how this is played, because now you got a whole game pretty much to figure out how you're gonna spin this if you're the Phillies.
Got another text says, guys, we don't know what's been said, but as far as I'm concerned, for Nick to get mad about being pulled out of the baseball game in the late inning is an absolute joke.
Yeah, I can't hate that. I mean, he's one of the worst right fielders in baseball. He's not a good defensive player. The defensive replacement, fine. He plays every game. What are you getting upset about one game for where you're getting pulled for a defensive replacement? I mean, that's kind of weak sauce by Nick.
Not to mention,
mad on.
Not to mention, Topper had said they want to try to get him off his feet a little bit more, like a couple days ago, and they had him be the DH in that game. So, and by the way, this text message kind of, adds to this. It says, look at all the games that Castellanos has played consecutively, and we all know there's plenty of games when he was struggling that he should not have even been in the game, but yet Topper still let him go out there. That's just my opinion. Have a good day, fellas. That's a great point, is that how many times were we looking at why is Castellanos playing last year when he was struggling so bad, and this whole consecutive game streak kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah. I just this one's puzzling, and you hope it doesn't rattle the clubhouse like something like this, that he said something so obscene that he got benched for it. I mean, he crossed the line. Rob Thompson's a pretty mild-mannered guy, I'd like to think, and I think most people feel that way. I mean, that's why he was hired and then stayed the manager after Girardi, because the players responded to his calmness so well. The fact he's benching Castellanos for this, and what strikes me, Mike, what strikes me is that he went public with it. They didn't keep this in-house. Why did he go public with this? That was very interesting to me.
Why did who go public with it? Who?
Thompson. He didn't have to say that. He didn't have to say he's being benched because he said something obscene and crossed the line. He didn't have to say that. That could have been kept in-house. He did not have to say that. That's fascinating to me that Thompson, someone who's mild-mannered as him, would say something publicly about that.
I mean, what was he going to? But what was he going to say?
I don't know. I mean, what was he asked? Why? He could have just said we wanted to give him a day off because that's what they said a couple of days ago. I'm shocked that he actually said that. He said something so obscene and that he crossed the line. Now I don't want to know what he said.
Well, now everybody wants to know what he says, obviously. But Castellanos out of the lineup because they quote inappropriate comment Rob Thompson said. All right, so Topper, I guess, did speak. It's because a lot of times when he talks, people will say, tweet out some of the stuff that he says. I haven't, it seems like there's only two reporters down there. Lachlan, who's new, by the way, and Charlotte, who's also new. I mean, you have the two newest beat reporters down there. And by the way, they're both doing a good job of putting the material out there because they both have comments from Castellanos and the comments from Topper. But I would go on to ask this question. Why did the lineup take so long to come out? I mean, maybe Topper wanted to play him and maybe he got overruled.
I mean, yeah, that's speculating. I mean, that could have happened. I'm fascinated that they went public with this, like that. He was so specific in to say.
I don't think they had a choice. I don't think they had a choice.
You think? Well, Castellanos had to respond to it. Supposedly, I want to know who was talked to. Who put
Come
it
on,
out first?
If he had a 236 game streak going, a random Tuesday in Miami, they're just going to sit him. Oh, you know what? We just thought it was time. That would not have flown.
But that's what my thing was. I'm shocked they didn't try and spin it that way because they said Thompson said the other day they wanted to get him some time off.
No, what he said was, I might play Schwarber in left field and have Nick be the DH to get him off his feet. He didn't say I'm going to bench his ass. That's not what he said.
Well, that That right there, I mean, that was an indicator that he was going to take him out of right field. I mean, that's something. That's something. They indicated they wanted to give him a little bit of a break. That's what they were indicating.
Well, I mean, again, they indicated they wanted to get him off his feet a little bit, meaning not play the outfield, but still play, not sit him for the whole game.
I'm saying that's how they could have spun it, but they went directly
that
at
wouldn't,
it.
Well, you saying it to me, not passing the smell test at all. So you think it's going to pass the smell test if they went out and said, we're just giving him the day off today? I mean come on. Use your head.
I mean, you could have. Like, I don't know how.
You're saying you could have, but I'm saying you're telling me. Yeah, and you're saying that to me, and I'm telling you right now, immediately when you said that, I said, yeah, my BS meter's going off. What's the real story?
That's me. It's not the Phillies. I mean,
that's my point. You aren't the Phillies, you aren't the Phillies. You aren't the Phillies, and I think it's BS. So coming from them, I would think it's more BS because you just got done telling me he was going to DH. You wanted to get him off his feet. You didn't say you were going to sit him.
My point was they could. I'm shocked he was so direct about it because now everyone wants to know.
They didn't have a choice. They didn't have a choice because if they would have said what you just tried to say, people would have had the same reaction that I have is, all right, you're BSing me. What's the real story?
I'm just saying they indicated the other day that they wanted to get him off his feet, and now he's off his feet, apparently, because he stepped over the line. I'm very curious to hear what he actually said to Thompson.
Everybody wants to know what he said. I don't know that that's ever going to get out there. Obviously, who he said it to, what he said it to. But what I would say is this. If Thompson just said he said something inappropriate, so now he leaves that out there for speculation, who he can get that from. The way that he says it, he could have just said, hey, listen, he's being punished or something to that effect. I don't know.
That's my point. Like, why would you say something so specific that, you know what I mean? Like, that doesn't help the cause at all. Now it's going to create this entire thing. It leaves, like you said, it up for speculation. What did he say? How did he say it? Like, the whole thing. And then he has this, it seems like a toot and not really taking responsibility. Like, he's sitting me because I said something.
Yeah, look, I don't know if we've seen the end of this thing, and it's odd because here's a team that's playing really well. You've had no situations between player, manager, nothing in 3 years, really. Have we had any indication of something? This is the first time. And look, it might be nothing. Maybe Castellanos just a goofy guy, and the way he said it is just coming off weird.
That's what I mean. There was no, I don't know, there was no lockstep in like where they were at. It seems like they were on totally different stratospheres at this point, like with where they were at on this messaging. So I'm very, very curious to see what they say after the game. And I wonder if Castellanos will be made available to the media after today.
Well, he was available to the media before the game. Apparently, he's already spoken on it.
Yeah. So I'm curious to see if he will be after the game too, because this is very fascinating stuff. I did not expect Castellanos to be benched. So do we liken this at all to the J-Roll thing when Manuel benched him?
A little bit. I mean, well, it's funny because when Manuel benched J-Roll, correct me if I'm wrong, if my memory serves, Manuel got praised for that, like stepping up to him. Now I feel like people are kind of looking at Topper like, what are you doing this for?
I feel like there's both ends of it though. Like, oh yeah, he's showing a pulse, and now like, what are you doing this? So I feel like there's gonna be where it's gonna be split either way on this thing with Thompson. So I don't know. I guess we'll have to find out more details.
Listen, when the lineup came out initially, I'm looking at the lineup and I'm like, oh, this is weird. Castellanos isn't in it, and my initial thought was, there's no way they're just sitting him on a random Tuesday. Like I thought that before they even said anything. So that certainly wouldn't pass the smell test for me because I thought it immediately of he must have done something.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he said something so prolific that it earned him a benching. I mean, that's crazy in and of itself.
Well, there you go. There's a nugget for you today. Brought to you by The Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Nick Castellanos benched out of the lineup for the first time in 236 games. He is not playing tonight. Now, is he available to pitch hit?
That's a good question. Can he come off the bench late in the game and hit a single for you, Mike?
A single. That would be what he would probably do, come up and hit a single. All right, Nuggets, we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, talk to you tomorrow.
Knicks Nuggets here on the Sports Bash Live, brought to you by the Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, Paul Hudrick talks a little Sixers tonight at 5:30. We are about 1 week to the NBA draft. What does Hudrick think the Sixers might do? Is any plan formulating? And why was Nick Cassiano withheld from today's lineup? We got more on that coming up next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 5 o'clock, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. The big news, if you're just tuning in, Nick Castellanos, his 236-game streak is over, starting streak consecutive games, and it's not because they're giving him the day off. Apparently, according to reports, he said something inappropriate tonight. Rob Thompson was asked about it before the game today. He addressed it, and here is what Topper said about why Castellanos is benched for the game today.
Well, just the decision-making with keeping Castellanos in the lineup.
Well, last night, one of the things about Nick, one of the many things about Nick that I love is that he's very emotional. He loves to play, and he loves to play every inning of every game. I just thought last night he made an inappropriate comment after he came out, and so today he's not going to play, and I'm going to leave it at that.
All right, so that's where we'll start today with Ryan Rothstein for Ryer Sci, final hour of the show. Now, hearing him talk, does that clear anything up in terms of, all this? Well, what did he say? Is it a big deal? Did Rob Thompson clear the air enough to make you feel like, all right, he's getting a one-day slap on the wrist and this will kind of move on?
No.
You sign at that.
No, man. I mean, I'm pretty stupid, but I think, I understand our English language. I mean, Topper gave us a whole lot of nada there, right? I mean, here's my take on it. For Topper to say, I'm benching you, you have 236 consecutive starts, I'm benching you, the air quote inappropriate comment had to have been pretty gnarly. It had to have been pretty severe. That's how I interpret it.
Do you think this is more than a one-day benching?
Doesn't seem like that. No, I can't envision that. Do you?
No, see, this is where, listening to Topper and that whole audio there, it doesn't sound as if Thompson has a problem with Castellanos, and he knows he's an emotional guy. He crossed the line. I got to do something, but it doesn't sound to me as if this is going to go much further.
Yeah, no, I agree. But don't you think that it was a pretty nasty comment? Because Topper's as laid back as it gets.
I think he said.
Streak. Yeah.
I think he said something thinking that him and Topper are boys or whatever, that I could get away with it. And Topper said, "No, dude. Like, I know we're cool. That went too far. Like, I gotta do something. I'm not gonna let you go there."
Do you think this was? Now we're just completely speculating, but it's it's all part of this here. Do you think that the clubhouse heard it? Do you think other key members heard it? Right? Or because I just wonder if this was maybe it was just them two, and it was, hey, you're over the line, you're out of line, or maybe he was called out in front of the team, which then then your hands are tied, right? Like, I'm just curious how it went down.
No, I think that's what happened. Is he said something in front of the team, and to where the team felt uncomfortable enough to be like, you might have to do something here. Like, that really crossed the line.
Now, for me, I mean, there's so many things we can branch off of this, right? But it's like, can this be spun into a positive for the team? Will it be spun into a negative? And when I say spun, I mean as far as their production on the field, right? Like, or maybe it's none of the above. Maybe it doesn't matter. That's what I think the ideal thing.
That's where I think the post-game tonight will be interesting, because Topper talked about it before the game, and he said, I'm just going to leave it at that. Now, here's the problem. They're in Florida for 2 more games after tonight. It appears there's only 2 reporters down there. So it's not like there's a whole gaggle of, reporters trying to ask questions after the game on this. This might be it, and you might not get more until they come home this weekend against the Mets.
Yeah. Do you think that factored into the decision? I think it did a little bit. You're down in no man's land, Miami, where the media presence is non-existent. You're not in Philly.
Yeah. No, I don't think they're like.
It didn't hurt the decision, at least.
Yes and no, but I mean, he said it last night. You weren't going to wait 3 days to bench him. I mean, he said it last night. You're getting benched.
Not. Yeah, no, of course not. I'm just saying, the fact that it is in Miami, where you're not in Boston, you're not home in Philly, right? It's just a different type of presence there.
Right. No, you're in a situation where, look, there's there's not a lot going on. There's not a lot of people there, but he said it on Monday night. You can't wait to bench him on Wednesday. You got to bench him on Tuesday. I mean, you got to get it. Now, you're hoping that this is over with and done. The way he said that to me, Thompson answering about the benching, sounds like he said he's very emotional. He's like, one of the things I like about Nick, he's very emotional. Like, it sounds to me like, hey, this is a guy that I like. This is a guy that I didn't want to have to do this to. But if I didn't do it, it might have looked bad upon me as the manager of the team.
Yeah, and I credit Rob Thompson for not just the decision, but for how he communicated the decision and the why behind it. Because, one, he leads off his explanation complimenting his player. He's just all class. You know, he's not giving you any details. He's not making the situation bigger or worse. He's saying, I love Cassie. It's why I love him. He just went a little bit too far. We're going to let him sit it out tonight. Like, and you know, and we'll never know how big or bad the situation really was because of Rob Thompson. I give him utmost credit and respect.
Well, and listen, you know, that's the thing. The way that he said it makes me feel like, look, we have a mutual respect for each other. We get along. He knows he did something wrong. The way you're reading it from Castellanos, though, the quotes that are coming from Castellanos. Now, listen, I fully acknowledge that Castellanos is an oddball, an oddball. So his quoting is, he was unhappy with being pulled from the game yesterday. He spoke his mind. Thompson told him he crossed the line. Quote, it's his decision. He's the manager. That is the quote that came from Charlotte Varnes, who is the reporter from The Athletic. Now, Lachlan March, now both of these girls are new on the beat, and they're the only two girls down there, so give them credit. They're the one asking all these questions. Lachlan tweeted out, quote, from Castellanos, I wasn't happy about it. I spoke my mind. Topper said that I crossed the line, so my punishment is I'm not playing. Now, if you read it like that, you would think, man, he's a little terse and a little, abrupt with the ending. But then it's Nick Castellanos, who's an oddball.
Yeah, right. Exactly. It's when you know who it's coming from, that's actually Nick Castellanos apologizing. I mean, you have to listen to him saying it. You can't just read it because he's an oddball. He doesn't have a filter. And it's just sort of, you have to take it with a grain of salt with Cassie and how he talks, period.
Yeah, I mean, I think reading the Cassie stuff, figuring out who he is, listening to Topper, this to me sounds like, hey, you said something. We have a mutual respect. I don't not like you, but I got to do something. Because if I don't do something now, then I look like a jerk.
Yeah, and I don't look into the Cassie side of things and make much of it, right? It seems like we're on the same page with that, right? It's just sort of Cassie being Cassie. If he was really pissed, if he really had an issue, I think we would have seen some other quotes.
Yeah, I mean, outside of him saying something completely disrespectful, which I don't even know what, I mean, you're trying to think about, like, what could he possibly have said? I mean, you got to,
No, I'm saying, like, after the fact, it seems like he's handling it the right way. He's not extremely pissed.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's I said. Outside of him saying something completely inappropriate, I mean, completely disrespectful or disgusting. I mean, like crossing a line to a point where ignorant, I guess, would be what you're looking at. Like some sort of ignorance in your comment. Then that would be a problem. I can't even figure out. Like you can't even go. Like you're in a dugout full of 26 guys. Like what could he have said? I have no idea. Unless, I mean, quite frankly, look. I don't know. Did he say something disparaging about Rojas? Like, hey, why'd you put him in the game? Like he's gonna make a bonehead play out there. Maybe more derogatory than that. But you know what I'm saying? Like Rojas was the one that went into the game for him. He went to center. Kepler went from left to right. Marsh went to left field. I mean, did he make a comment about Rojas entering the game? Why would you put it? I don't know.
Could have just been as simple as him, using some choice words, complaining about the decision to Topper, right? Like, come on, bleep, bleep, bleep. Why are you taking me out? Type of thing with a bunch of words that we can't say.
Yeah, I just feel like
that's out of line.
I feel like that happens all the time, though.
Yeah, but it's more so of him maybe questioning him with those words. I don't know, but he clearly did enough where it's like, all right, dude, like I can't be my you can't disrespect me like that in front of everyone. Like that, it clearly went down that way.
That's the way I kind of see this, is that he lit the thing that bothers me, though, is more on the Castellanos side of, you got to know that you are a defensive liability. And if the team's doing something to try to upgrade the team, you got to be okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, does Cassie think he's bigger than he is with it? I mean, the consecutive start streak, is that factoring into this, right? Like, I wonder if that's on his mind, if at all. I mean, it's not like he never gets pulled.
Yeah, but
right?
that
like,
would,
what was
yeah,
the
but
decision.
The consecutive start streak is not on his mind last night when he makes the comment.
Right. No, fair. But just the fact of him getting pulled, is he like, you can't pull me. I've started 230 plus games. I'm Nick Castellanos. Like, I don't think he thinks that way.
Yeah, but him, the consecutive start streak, it starts when you start the game. You can get pulled at any time, and that doesn't affect anything.
I understand that. I'm just saying, I'm trying to get into his mind of how he thinks of himself. Like,
yeah, but I don't know why he would.
Team, I have a big ego because I've started these games. I'm not saying you don't follow it.
But yeah. I am following it. But my point is, the consecutive game streak and him being pulled in the ninth inning. He's going to say, "You're pulling me in the ninth inning. I have this consecutive game streak going. I'm the man." Like, he's been pulled from games before. It's not like this is the first time. And, like, by the way, somebody brought up a text message, made up a good point. There was a lot of times when he wasn't playing so well, and they stuck with him in this consecutive game lineup when he had no business being in the starting lineup. So shame on him if they pulled him, because he's not a great defensive player. And Topper said last night, hey, we've got Rojas. He doesn't play all that much because of all the right-handed pitchers. There was a chance for us to get him a little bit of playing time, and he's, quite frankly, a better defensive player.
You don't have to explain. I mean, there's no explanation even needed, It's like, you're allowed to get pulled in the seventh inning of a game down in Miami in the first of four. Like, I mean, my goodness, it's crazy. I mean, maybe do we say shame on Topper for not doing this enough? Right? Like, is Cassie grown to think of himself a certain way? But like you said, he's gotten pulled before. So
we're assuming you're saying he's not doing this enough. So now we're assuming that this happens all the time, and he just been getting walked over, and then he just decided randomly.
Like his decision, because you brought up the point of Cassie has played poorly throughout that chunk of consecutive starts, and they stuck with him. Should they have not stuck with him? Right? Maybe that alters his ego, I'm saying. I'm just trying to speculate as to things the team could have done differently up to this point. But
I mean, last year, if you go back to Nick Castellanos early in the season when he was really, really going bad. I mean, you go back to his 2024, April, you might have been saying to yourself, why is he getting to play every single day? I mean, the guy, last year in the month of April, he hit 183. In May, he hit 229. So you put 183 and 229 together, you're probably somewhere around, 200. So for 2 months of the season, he's hitting 200, and they didn't sit him. So, he's got some nerve, I think.
Now, do you think this could have a bigger impact because they're on the road, or do you think that's a non-factor?
Quite frankly, I don't think there's much of an impact. I think it will be one night, and that's it. I think he's not playing tonight, over and done with. That's what Topper said. Like, we'll leave it, and I'm going to leave it at that. And I think that's his way of saying, look, he's getting benched tonight. He knows he did something wrong, and it's over with.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of, how it could trickle onto the field.
The only way
their play.
I don't think it impacts. The only way it happens is if, for some reason, someone doesn't like Castellanos, they heard the comment, then they tell someone what he said, and then that's so inappropriate that it's out there, and then it's like, wait a second.
Good point.
That's what he said? Oh, you can't sit him for one game. That would be the only way. And maybe there's someone in that clubhouse who just, Castellanos rubs him the wrong way and heard what he said and wants to get it out there.
And in today's world, I mean, there's people that are trying to, dig up that, maybe it was caught on a mic somewhere on, who knows? Who knows who may have caught that? A fan in the stands. Not that there's many out in the stands down in Miami, but.
What do you make of the fact that Topper didn't address it last night, though, when he was asked, hey, you don't, because the question from one of the reporters, it was either Charlotte or Lachlan, one of the two. Charlotte, I guess Josh is saying, Charlotte Barnes from The Athletic, asked him, you don't usually sub Castellanos out of the game as a defensive replacement. This was his answer.
And you don't normally make a defensive substitution for Nick.
Yeah.
What went into that decision?
Well, I talked to Nick about it the other day, and just moving forward, because we have this run of right-handed pitching, and you got Rojas sitting there on the bench. He's really kind of an elite defender, so you might as well use him.
Okay, so the question was asked, why did you hit for him in that, or why did you replace him? And he just said, we have Rojas. But he didn't say last night, well, he said something inappropriate, and that's why his ass got benched.
Right. I love it. I think it's great that he waited a day. One, maybe he's still emotions are running high. Maybe he's still a little bit, pissed about the whole thing. He doesn't want to say anything stupid. Maybe he wants to go talk to his boss and the higher ups and just collectively agree on what they should or should not do. I think it was a smart decision, and he just sort of deflated it and deflected, right? How do you look at it?
I mean, it certainly, I think, leads to more speculation. Well, why didn't you say something last night? Why did you wait till today to say something? Like all of this stuff of like.
I think it would have been a bigger story.
See, the whole part of there being such a small media contingent down there, do you think that adds to this at all?
I don't know. That's what that's.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
at the end of the day, it's going to come back to Philly. Like you said this earlier,
well, then,
right?
But the point is then it might – this is probably going to come back up on Friday against the Mets when you don't want it to come back up. You want the Mets series to not have this distraction of, hey, what happened with Castellanos down in Florida? I wasn't down there. Why didn't, lot of the –
I don't know, man. I mean, Friday's a long way away in baseball. You think we're still going to be talking about this? If Cassie plays if Cassie plays Wednesday, Thursday, Friday he's in the lineup, are we going to be grilling Topper and Cassie about it?
I'll tell you what, it'll be interesting to see. And this back in the day, not now maybe, but back in the day, Lauber worked for the Inquirer. Zalecki works for the web, like MLB.com. Matt Gill was the Athletic, so he's not down there right now. Back in the day, they might have said, hey, Scott, get on a plane and go down there and find out why Topper benched him. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But now, there are two reporters down there. Like I said, they're both very new. I think Lachlan just started in spring training. I think Charlotte just started like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and to your point, if you're any of the other outlets in Philly, you're going to want your angle, your story, your questions, right? So, I don't know. Hopefully that doesn't happen. I don't want this to be a big thing. It's fun for me and you. Selfishly, it's fun. I'll talk about it all week if we end up talking about it. But I think for the betterment of the team, right? We don't want it to be a thing come Friday.
Listen, of course, and this has been one of the things about this manager and this team is that there has been no outside distractions. For all the distractions of people who think Topper's too laid back and he doesn't, argue with the umpires and he doesn't do this. This is one of the reasons I've always said why, Topper to me is insignificant. The manager's insignificant in terms of they don't really make the lineup. That's all kind of decided by the organization. Like, it's a front office decision. What the manager to me, like when they win a game or lose a game, it's not, man, that Topper, he cost them that game or he won them that game. He's insignificant in that to me. To me, what he excels at and other managers excel at is this right here. How do you handle this?
Okay. Yeah.
How do you handle the clubhouse? How is there peace and harmony in that clubhouse? If you watch that Red Sox thing on Netflix, I mean, that's essentially what Alex Cora is like. Basically, he sits down with the GM every day. They go through the lineup, but the players like Cora. They like him. Yeah. That's what matters. And This is the kind of moment where, like, how does Topper handle this? That matters more than him in the sixth inning deciding whether or not Max Kepler's going to hit against a lefty or is he going to hit Weston Wilson in that spot?
I agree. I agree and disagree, but I think overall we're on the same page because the culture and the impact of these decisions is much larger and more impactful. And I love how Topper's handled this, how he handled it last night post-game, how he handled it today, and how he'll inevitably handle it moving forward. He's defending his guy. He's not making more of it than he needs to. And I think they'll move forward as long as something, to your point, which it was an excellent one, as long as something doesn't get leaked.
All right, there's today's Ryer Sai. No Castellanos, 236 straight games, and he has ended that streak because he had an inappropriate comment last night when he got pulled from the game, which, by the way, kudos to Rob Thompson for pulling him out of the game. You need a defensive replacement in that spot. He's the weakest defender you got.
Yeah, great. Well done, Topper, all around.
All right, man, we'll do it tomorrow.
All right, bro.
All right, there you go. Ryer Sai for this Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Hey, we got so much more to come, including on the other side. We come back. Paul Hudrick's here. We're going to talk the NBA draft 8 days away. What are some of the decisions that the Sixers are contemplating? Who are some of the players that they've met with? All that and more next on the Sports Bash. All right, 528 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. The NBA draft is 8 days from now. It's a 2-day event, Wednesday and Thursday. You can listen to both nights right here on 97.3 ESPN. Paul Hudrick from Liberty Ballers covers the Sixers, who have the 3rd pick in the draft. And, of course, this is the wonky season of all the different rumors. They could trade up. They could trade out. They could do this. They could do that. But let's try to make some sense of it all with Paul Hudrick right now as the Sixers really looking to reshape it. We're watching these NBA Finals, Paul. If you're watching these NBA Finals and you're Daryl Morey, do you take anything from the roster construction from these two teams and implement it to what you have this offseason?
Well, it's a little tricky because neither team features a 30-year-old center with questionable meniscus and and then another 35-year-old wing with an injury history. But I think when Daryl Morey, after the trade deadline, he talked about it. Getting Quentin Grimes, trading for Jared Butler, and he set the impetus there where he said we need to get younger and more dynamic. And I think it's because he saw the writing on the wall with a team like OKC, who. It's funny. I just wrote an article today, and someone asked about experience, yada yada. Look at the rosters of these the Thunder. Every guy that they've started 6 different players in the playoffs. All of them are 26 or younger. When you look at the Pacers, 3 of their 5 starters are 25 or younger. Each team only has 2 guys above 30 in their rotations, and they're both 30. TJ McConnell's the oldest guy that's in a rotation, and he plays like he's 18 years old because he plays like his hair's on fire all the time. So I think if I'm Daryl Morey, the message I sent out at the trade deadline and then again when the season ended to be younger and more dynamic, I think if anything, this finals reinforces that. And then the other thing too, and this is something that Morey said in the motion a while ago, a guy like Matisse Thybulle, who you view as a one-way player, right? He's a defensive specialist who really gives you, nothing on offense. He said then that he wanted to get away from those types of players. And I think with the Pacers, with the Thunder, you're seeing that. You're seeing guys that can do a little bit of everything. They can shoot, they can pass, they can dribble, they can defend, they can rebound. I think that's the diversity of skill set, I think, is a big deal as well.
Okay, so when you look at the Pacers, let's look at them. They've got 6'5", 6'5", 6'6". They got a bunch of guys. They're not really long, but they're right there. Would Edgecombe make sense based on that? Although the Sixers would be just a smaller version of that. Maxie McCain, 6'2", 6'3", then Edgecombe, 6'4", not quite like Mathurin and Neesmith and Nembhard. I guess Halliburton's 6'5". When you look at the
6'4", 6'4", 6'3".
Yeah, but it's every one of those guys are just a little bit bigger than the Sixers guys. When you watch what they have there, does Edgecombe enter the equation and make sense?
See, I even look at and I think this is a really good exercise, Mike, where we're looking at the 2 teams that make the finals, because I think that is a really instructive of how you should build. But I look at the Thunder, like I mentioned, they had been starting Hartenstein and Chet Holmgren together. That had been the plan for the finals. With Indiana playing a little bit smaller, they went smaller. They've been starting Chet at the 5, and they've been starting 3 guards, right? They've been starting Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Lou Dort, and Kaysen Wallace. That's 3 guys that are, Shai's 6'6", but he's, pretty skinny and he doesn't necessarily, he's a guard. He is purely a guard. Lou Dort is 6'4". He's built like a Mack truck, but he's 6'4", 6'5". He's not the biggest, tallest guy in the world. And same with Wallace. So I look at Edgecombe and I look at Quentin Grimes, and those are 2 guys to me that they hover around 6'4", 6'5", but they're both solidly built. They're both strong. Edgecombe's a dynamite athlete, probably the best athlete in this draft class, and maybe even by a pretty wide margin. So I think that's how I look at it, is just throwing those guys in next. And I just look at it from the OKC standpoint of they're throwing those guys at you. They're throwing Caruso at you. They're throwing Aaron Wiggins at you, Isaiah Joe. They have this mix of guys who are kind of built like a VJ Edgecombe, or 6'4", 6'5", 200 pounds, really good athlete, can do a little bit of everything. So I do think there is some instructive stuff that leads you to believe that VJ Edgecombe could fit. But to me, Mike, and this from our years of talking, I'm always going to say, take the best player available. I don't care how they fit. And if the Sixers believe that VJ Edgecombe is the guy at number 3, you take him. You don't care about fit.
Okay, so Paul Hudrick, Liberty Ballers, is with us. The Spurs have 2. Dylan Harper there. Another guy, not big. I mean, 6'4.5" if you're looking at the size question there. But is he considerably better, enough so to move up the one spot to get him?
Depending on what you had to give up, yeah. I mean, I think there is. It's pretty clear, and it's been pretty clear for a while. It's like Cooper Flagg is in a tier all of his own at number 1. Then I think Dylan Harper is in a tier of his own at number 2. And then that third tier is when you're talking about Edgecombe, Ace Bailey, Con Knippel, who's a guy, Trey Johnson. That's that next mix of guys. So I do think there is a level, a tier between Harper and these guys. So depending on what you have to give up, I certainly think it's worth exploring. I'm not even remotely surprised that Daryl Morey is asking, especially when you look at the Spurs and their team construction, having just traded for De'Aaron Fox, Stephon Castle just winning Rookie of the Year, and then you're adding Harper to the mix. Not to say they can't do it, because I think they can. And I think the Spurs would be smart to do that, because I think that's what the better front offices do, is they take the best player and try to figure it out. But I do think Harper is worth exploring, because 6'4", I think half Mike, I think without shoes on. With shoes, he's like 6'6". He's got a 6'10" wingspan. He's strong. He's stout. His feel for the game, his ability to just create offense. You see flashes of Cade Cunningham. I even see flashes a little bit. And look, this is lofty, but a little bit of a James Harden, like a young James Harden, where just that elite feel, the ability to just get to your spots, find guys open, draw defenders in. He's a great finisher at the rim. The shot is something that's going to have to get better, but I don't think it's broken at all. So I do think, to answer your question, I do think there is a firm, a bit of a gap between Harper and the next prospect on the board, and I do think it's worth exploring depending on how much you have to give up.
All right, Paul Hurrick, Liberty Ballers. Let's look at the next guy. Is taking Con Knippel at 3, is that too high?
It's hard to say. I would put it like this, Mike. That's not the guy I would take. If I'm the Sixers and the board breaks this way, I wouldn't take Con Knippel at 3. With that said, I can understand why they would take Con Knippel at 3, because I think his floor is amongst the highest of the guys in the draft. He's a dynamite shooter, much better playmaker than he gets credit for. You saw him kind of, the way he scaled up during the NCAA tournament, or even before that ACC tournament when Cooper Flagg was out. He can run a pick and roll. He could do a lot of different things. Defense. Look, the knocks are he's not the most athletic guy. He's got like pretty much not a negative wingspan, but like he's 6'7" with like a 6'7" wingspan. So, might not be the greatest defender, but he's smart and he plays hard. So those things work in his favor. So to me, it's definitely that next tier of guys that I already discussed. And I think those guys are all really, really close. Again, so Knippel wouldn't be the guy that I would take at number 3, but I would say it's certainly not a bad pick if they take him at number 3. And I can understand why they would do it and how I think he would be a really good fit here.
All right. Let's go to Trey Johnson because he's a guy that I don't think a lot of people have talked a lot about, but another guy, 6'4", same thing, 6'10" wingspan, shoots it probably, maybe not right up there with Knippel, but,
I think he's better than Knippel.
Just say, some people like him better, but don't know him as much. Younger player. Is he a wild card at number 3?
Yeah, so for me, Mike, I've been one of the people that has been on the Trey Johnson bandwagon. I think people are really I think at least to start the draft process, it seems like it's caught up now. But I thought from the onset, people were kind of diminishing him a little bit and just kind of saying, oh, he's a shooter and that's it. He's a shooter, scorer, bucket getter, puts his head down, that's it. But I think he's got the ability. He's got the physical intangibles. Like you said, a 6'10" wingspan, tested outstanding at the combine athletically. So I think he's got the tools where he could be, there's more there defensively. I didn't look at him and say, this is a guy who doesn't care defensively or doesn't play hard defensively. I looked at it as more mental, some off-ball lapses, some stuff where maybe he was counted on so much on offense that it affected his defense. So maybe that changes at the next level. But I think this guy has like the potential to be one of the best shooters in the NBA. Like I think his shot is that good. It's effortless. It's a quick release. It's off the movement. It's off dribble. It's any way you want it. I think he's a better playmaker than he gets credit for. I think people that compare him to Cam Thomas didn't actually watch Trey Johnson play basketball. I think he's a much better offensive basketball player than Cam Thomas. He can really play. For me, I had him and Edgecombe kind of neck and neck. I think I'm still pretty much there. So to me, if they took Trey Johnson at 3, I mean, for me personally, I think it would be a phenomenal pick.
Yeah, I like Trey Johnson a lot, and the team that's there at 5 is enticing. Would they flip with you? Is there a deal to be made with Utah that you can go to 5 and he'd still be there? Would they give you something to go to 3? That one would be intriguing there. And then there's Ace Bailey. He didn't want to work out with the Sixers. Then he wanted to work out with the Sixers, or he did work out with the Sixers. His pre-draft workout strategy has been bizarre. There's already people that question him. He played on a team that did not make the tournament. That's come into play. But his size, 6'7", 7-foot wingspan, and what he does seems to fit better than the 4 guys we just talked about.
In theory, yes. But when you
by the measurables.
But when you see things like it coming out that, the ESPN report today that basically said like he's looking for like a path to become a superstar or whatever, and it's like, well, for a lot of reasons, I don't really love that. For starters, I mean, you're 18 years old, you're coming into the NBA, and let's call it what it is. And it's not to say he's not a talented guy. He did not have a great year at Rutgers. He just didn't. And I don't want to hold that. And I'm not one of these people who's like, oh, well, Rutgers didn't make the tournament, so you just don't draft these guys. I think that's stupid. I think you look at them as basketball players and judge them accordingly. And when I saw Ace Bailey, I saw a guy who's a really tough shot maker, which is a valuable thing. But I also saw a guy who I thought was a tough shot maker because he couldn't create easy shots. Now, some of that falls on the Rutgers team. I agree with that. Like, that team was not very good outside of him and Dylan Harper. There weren't a lot of easy opportunities for that reason. But I do think there are serious questions about his ability as a playmaker down the road. And he's also on the skinny side. Is he going to bulk up a little bit to handle NBA athletes? To me, there's all these lofty comps. It's like, whatever, throw it out there. Kevin Durant, Jason Tatum. I don't think if you're comparing Ace Bailey to those guys, I don't think you actually watch those guys in college. Like Jason Tatum, the reason why he wasn't like the flat out number 1 pick is people thought he was too polished. People thought he had plateaued because he was such a polished player at Duke. They didn't think there was any more ceiling there. That's not Ace Bailey. Bailey falls into the opposite camp. He looks like he's got a long way to go, which again, that's also, you can look at that twofold. Is it, he's got a lot of room to grow, so you can look at it as a high upside swing, or is it there's so much work to do, maybe you can't get him to that level? So it's tricky. It's risky. It seems like he's getting, quite frankly, it seems like he's getting some bad advice from people around him. So, like, to me, it's, if you're the Sixers, you have to suss out, like, is it a good kid who's just getting some bad advice, or is this kind of who he is? And that's not an easy thing to determine. So yeah, I just, there's a lot of tantalizing things about Ace Bailey, but there's also a couple of pretty big red flags that freaked me out a little bit.
Well put. Paul Hudrick, Liberty Ballers. All right, so those guys are, your top 5, 6. And then there's Jeremiah Fears, Malik, who, is a center. You've got Carter Bryant, if you like to go there, the kid from Illinois, Derek Queen. Anybody else stand out, or is it the 6 guys that we've mentioned, or 5 without Cooper Flagg? Are those the 5 players in play? And I guess the other thing would be, after those 6, is there somebody in the 7 to wherever range that you would feel comfortable enough to move back because you like that guy?
So it seems like from all the reporting, the Sixers have 4 guys targeted, and I really believe, Mike, it's the 4 guys that we mentioned.
We just talked about, right?
You're right. I really think it's those 4 guys, and I don't think that they feel comfortable trading back any farther than 6, because if you do that, you're going to miss one of those guys. So I don't, unless, and to me, Mike, like if I'm reading all the tea leaves, all the reports, and there's been a lot, like Jake Fisher's had a lot of really good stuff. The draft guys at ESPN, Kevin O'Connor, like a bunch of draft guys have had a lot of really good intel about what might happen. To me, it sure seems like if they don't get a draft trade offer that just blows them away from a team behind them, they're going to take VJ Edgecombe. Or if the Spurs have, if there's an asking price that sounds reasonable to move up from 3 to 2, and they can get Dylan Harper, maybe that's that. But I think even Jake said it today. Like he said, it seems like as we're sitting here, it's Edgecombe. Like Edgecombe is probably the guy, unless. And Darren Morey's smart to do this. No need to say, oh, we're taking Edgecombe and that's it. Like, yeah, listen to trade offers until you're on the clock. That's the way to do it. So I think unless one of those teams from behind, like I think I've read like Utah's not really interested in a move up. The Hornets really apparently very much covet Edgecombe. The Wizards are another team that would be interested in moving up. They have a ton of draft capital. The Nets are at 8, and they have a lot of draft capital, but 8, that starts to get pretty dicey about what guy you might get. If you really like Malawach, maybe you feel comfortable doing that if the Nets blow you away with an offer. But I don't get the sense that's the case, Mike. I really think it's going to be Edgecombe unless it's just a ridiculous offer from a team that's trying to trade up.
Now, you look at Memphis and what they did. Does that intrigue you at all? Like, hey, Triple J, Ja Morant, third pick, anything we can. Now, obviously, the money would be a problem. Probably have to try to see if they would take on a Paul George contract in that situation. But would that be a call that makes sense?
I would be stunned if Daryl Morey wasn't on the phone immediately after trade went down, talking to Memphis' front office just to see what's up, just to see what's available, what's not. It doesn't seem like, at least, again, this is just me reading tea leaves, it doesn't sound like Memphis is really out and out selling. It sounds like the Orlando Magic just offered him one hell of a package for Desmond Bane.
Well, what would you rather have? Would you rather have 4 first-round picks of like 20s or number 3?
Well, of course, yeah. No, I mean, number 3 is, especially if you like a player, like if the Memphis Grizzlies are sitting there and they really like a VJ Edgecombe, which actually would make sense. It seems like the kind of guy they would be into. I mean, maybe that's something they would explore, but I don't know. I say that just to say I don't think that they're actively I don't think that Jaren Jackson Jr. is really like readily available.
Okay.
I don't think John Morant.
It just seems like
we
talked about Indiana and the way these teams in Oklahoma City. It's like, well, I got 4 picks. If I can get the third pick, I get the third pick, and then surround these guys in the 20s around that guy, and like because it feels like Memphis has put up the white flag with this crew and said, we are what we are. We're a 48-win team.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, to me, the same reasons that I don't think Memphis should entertain any trades for Jaren Jackson are the same reasons I don't think the Sixers should entertain any trades for Tyrese Maxey. Like, sometimes there's a reason why teams want a guy, and it's because they're good and like they have value because they are valuable. So you might be better off just going ahead and hanging on to that guy. So to me, Jaren Jackson is a guy I think. Like, I could see them trading Morant before they trade Jaren Jackson.
I was going to say, who would you rather have, Jaren Jackson or Morant?
For the Sixers, Jaren Jackson, not even close. And if I'm the Grizzlies, I'd rather hang on to Jaren Jackson. And I say that as someone who loves John Morant. John Morant's one of my favorite players to watch in the NBA. But when you consider he's 6'4", he's regressed as a shooter, he's had injury issues, he's had off-the-court issues. I mean, Jaren Jackson's this is a Defensive Player of the Year candidate who is no slouch on offense, whose offensive game seems to be trending upward. That's the kind of guy I would hang on to.
Yeah, and I mean, I agree with you. I said yesterday, I was like, as much as Morant's a star, and all, it's like he doesn't fit here as well as Jaren Jackson would be an unbelievable fit. And you can
even play with Embiid. I mean, if Embiid isn't healthy, if he's healthy, you can play him with Jaren Jackson, and that could work.
And you'd give them the third pick and probably McCain in a heartbeat for that.
Yeah, I mean, probably because it's a proven commodity. Jaren Jackson is an all NBA defender. I mean,
the only problem with the deal. Yeah, the only problem with the deal is the money. The Sixers would have to throw in like a Paul George, and that would be probably the ender of that one. Orlando, they go for it. They put themselves on another rung now all of a sudden. So your move, Daryl Morey, 8 days to go. We'll see what ends up happening. Paul Hudrick, Liberty Ballers and the team will be checking out the NBA draft Wednesday night. You can listen to it next Wednesday right here on 97.3 ESPN. Thanks, Paul.
You got it, Mike. Anytime.
All right, there's Paul Hudrick, and we'll talk to Paul before the draft. Hopefully, we'll have another chance to catch up with him. But when we come back, it's today's Bet365 play of the day to get us out of here on a Tuesday. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. It is time for today's Bet365 Play of the Day. I think we had a winner last night there, Josh.
Yeah, Mike, you actually broke your basketball losing streak. You got the win last night. You are now 180, 123, and 1. But you're stuck to baseball tonight.
Yeah, no, actually, I'm not stuck to baseball. We got a WNBA Commissioner's Cup game I got for you.
You're skirting the rules here. You got around the no basketball thing by going WNBA.
Yeah, I gave you a couple WNBA. I think I'm 2-0 in the WNBA plays. We're about to make it 3-0, by the way.
You're actually 2-1.
Washington Mystics tonight, favored by 4.5 against the Chicago Sky. That is the play tonight. All right?
All right, got it.
Mystics, Sky are a home doggy dog. So I'll go Mystics minus 4.5 tonight against the Sky. And that is WNBA action or Commissioner's Cup tonight.
Yeah, for those who don't know, that's their in-season cup that the WNBA does.
Who knew they had one?
What's up?
Who knew they had one?
Now you do.
Because
of the Bet365 Play of the Day.
There you go. All right, that'll do it for me. Best of the Sports Bash coming up next. What do we got?
Well, coming up, we got Adam Kaplan, who, by the way, has his own comments about the Nick Castellanos situation. Plus, we're going to run it back, you and Ryan going back and forth about Nick Castellanos, and we'll review the unsportsmanlike moment of the day coming up on the Best of the Sports Bash.
All right, that's all coming up next here on the Sports Bash. Don't forget, Hanging with Henning starts on Saturday at noon in lieu of game night. We've got the Best of the Sports Bash coming up next. And then, of course, tomorrow night, Thursday night, it will be Game 6 of the NBA Finals. Saturday and Sunday, we've got Phillies Mets for you right here on 97.3 ESPN. Have a great rest of your night, everybody. I'll talk to you tomorrow.